Hard Hat's all about showing up to play hard, doing what it takes to win.
If you want to cement legacy, win another.
He's your third center.
You don't want to pump him up too much, but it's hard not to.
This is maybe the most I've ever agreed with you.
Bobby Manning back in the house. In his house for round 2 of the NBA draft. The Celtics did not invite us to the Arbeck Center tonight for round 2. And that's fine. We have Celtics will be picking early. This is going to be a quickie. We're going to do this show. Here's what we're going to do. And we'll remind you as the night goes on. We'll take you through the early part of round 2 of the NBA draft. Again, always a possibility the Celtics trade down, which they've done. We've seen them do before, trading down a couple of times.
Well, I had trading up in the second so far. There were like 3 or 4 trades today, including up to 31 right in front of them.
So trading up has to tell you that people think that some first-round talents fell. But again, also, it doesn't mean much because everybody's board is so different. And as we've seen from the evaluators and the experts, Bobby, you had some guys that were, in the teens that some people had ranked in the 30s and vice versa. So it really is all over the place, which is why you have so many people that think everything is an A+ pick, because so many people liked guys more than other people liked guys. So of all of the bigs that the Celtics theoretically could have taken in round 1, which many expected them that they would, all of them are still there. So,
except
again,
Jimmy's
Celtics
guy.
pick, except Jimmy's guy, Wolf. But you send in the Wolf. So what we're going to do, just to let you guys know, is we'll hang out through the beginning, all the way through the Celtics pick. We'll analyze it quickly. Soon after, Assistant General Manager of the Boston Celtics, Mike Zarren, is expected to address the media. We're going to try to bring that to you on this stream and kind of while it goes on here and listen to it. Bobby might dip out so he can ask questions himself while I kind of hang out and man the stream. Noah's going to join us as well in a little bit to give her thoughts on everything that's going on tonight as well. So before we get into today and the picks and what we like, just wanted to go over your thoughts, Bobby, on just spending some time doing some research, talking to some people, looking at some tape, and just kind of wrapping your head around what was essentially a surprise pick yesterday with Hugo Gonzalez in the first round out of Spain, young kid, 19 years old. Not somebody that a lot of people had pegged going to the Celtics. We didn't really think this was someone that was necessarily on their radar. And, a lot of people seem to like him a lot. What are your thoughts after, spending a little time and thinking about it today, your developing opinion, so to speak?
I'm not too far off where I was yesterday. I don't think anything surprises you when you're looking at the tape, and maybe some moments on the tape flash brighter than the overall numbers do, because it's just impossible to pull from the numbers this guy puts up in such limited opportunities in all the different places he's played. So you're looking at the moments, the flashes, the things he can do, and the cutting is pretty intriguing. I talked to someone last night, John, who, I was just asking, like, who could this guy become potentially here down the stretch, playing the comparison game. And the name that almost blew me away a little bit was Christian Braun. And that's a guy for Denver who has a very unique game. Isn't a guy I was necessarily sure was going to pan out because he looked skinnier. He looked like a guy who wasn't up for the physicality of this level, but the power, the motor he played with, and the smart cutting that just became such a massive part of Denver's offense around Jokic over the last couple of years here has turned him into, I think, one of the better role players in the NBA in terms of guys who can put the ball in the basket in an unconventional way. So his cutting does reflect that a little bit here. I know Tyler Rucker, who we had earlier on today, said there's some shades of Denny with his game on the defensive end. So when you have that defense and when you have that unique cutting ability, there's definitely things you look at there and say, all right, this is something. But it's also, to me, still a player who's far away, who's not going to necessarily impact you next year. And that's fine. But it's a project. And I wrote about it again last night. I know we disagreed about it a little bit, John. To me, I think it signals their direction to some degree. Like, I don't know if they were trying to go for a championship this year. You draft a guy like this. It's fine. You go for the home run. You love the upside with a guy like this, but it's going to take some time. And does he start next year in Maine? Does he play much at all next year? I wonder too about his style. If it is cutting, John, I looked at it again last night. The Celtics were 26th in cuts per game last year. They never cut. I don't think it's something Joe likes doing because it disrupts the spacing. They like having the guys playing 5 out, spreading the floor. So is there room for a guy whose main offensive skill set is cutting? I think that's something where they're going to have to adapt a little bit. And as I was thinking back to Brad's comments last night too, John, my favorite thing he said last night is that they're open to some stylistic adjustments. It's going to be Joe's call, but they got stagnant. They got slow. There's got to be some other ways that they can open up the offense.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, and again, I'm going to play that bite a little bit later because I want to revisit some things that Brad Stevens said before we get into the pick itself. I'm going to throw something out there just because I know Celtics fans will drool over it, but I don't know whether it's apt. But I don't know how anyone didn't make this comparison because I saw a little bit of it too, especially with some of the chase. No, stop. especially with some of the chase down blocks. And someone put it in my timeline. Did we just get another Derek White? Okay. And I was like, oh, I like that because I liked it in terms of the motor, in terms of the body, positioning, and where he was being able to get through screens, being able to battle, but possibly more athletic. And then just all of those blocks and those chase down blocks on people and just being in people's grill all the time. That was something that someone put in my in my timeline or DM'd me on it, and we were going back and forth. I'm just throwing it out there. I know D White in his 1 year in Colorado shot the ball better coming out of college. He's someone who had a more of a polished offensive game. And I think around a 40% 3-point shooter. So the shot is not there, but the defensive aspect of the game, I did see some of it in some of the clips that we saw.
Yeah, and that's what's exciting is you do have one bankable skill there with the defense, and I like the idea of a guy who just plays hard effortlessly. One of the things that I'm just gonna write off a guy on completely is if you gotta beg them to play, and you've seen different guys like that come through. But Romeo, obviously, there wasn't an extreme motor there. Rob sometimes too. It was like, is he going full speed?
Definitely didn't mean to hit that.
We're giving away a brownie already?
I don't remember it. I'm giving him I guess I just gave Hugo the brownie award for the season.
It's the first of many.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, so
I was just scrolling. Yeah, I had fat fingers, I guess.
Yeah, that threw me off. I love the engine. I love the defensive tools and the impact he's made on the floor already. Because again, the competition's not a question here, John. He's playing against some high level, high caliber competition. And I mentioned we had Tyler on the show earlier today who covers the draft, Tyler Rucker. He told a great story about how Real would actually use this guy as a defensive specialist, energy change of pace guy off the bench. And they were playing in the EuroLeague against what's the Greek club that Evan Fournier is playing on?
Olympiacos.
Yeah, they were playing them, and they threw Gonzalez in the game to guard Fournier, and he did a pretty good job.
I was seeing those clips. Yep.
Yeah, so that's encouraging because that might be where he fits in year one, right? Not going to play every night. Not going to have a consistent role, but if they're down big in a game or if they just don't like the defense they're playing, do you throw a guy like that in and get some energy out of him and have him run the floor on transition? It feels like he's got a pretty solid open floor game in the clips I watch. So, that's where you want to put him is in positions to succeed. He's clearly not a shooter right now. He's clearly not developed as a ball handler, a guy who can create shots for himself. So run the offensive sets that he can fit into and allow him to play in some positions where he can create some havoc out there in some short stints. So I like the fact that he's coming over. If this was a stash thing, we'd just be sitting here like, oh, all right, see you in 27. But the fact that he's coming over, I think, speaks to them maybe having some plan for him to break into certain situations right away. And number two, and more importantly, Brad mentioned it last night, he knows what it's like to make the most of 5-10 minutes like he had to this year, because that's been his life with Real. And for a lot of guys coming in the draft, John, they're stars, right? They're getting a ton of shots. They're the center of their universe on their college team or wherever they're coming from. And they don't know what it's like to play a role. So at the very least, this guy knows how to play a role. Again, a lot of his success is stuff you have to project into the future. But this is all the stuff you've talked about. It's a blank slate. It's a canvas that they can build on. And there's some real nice foundation here with the defensive skills, his size, his athleticism, which appears to be pretty good. And even his strength, which I think people were impressed by, despite him being, like 205 pounds, he's going to gain some weight. And he's already done a good job guarding some grown men, as you talked about. So, yeah, I think he grew on me a little bit overnight for sure. It's going to be a process, certainly. But the big thing that stood out to me, John, is that there were some scouts, there were some people who evaluate these guys who had him much higher than he actually ended up going here. And I think the Celtics might have gotten lucky over the fact that he just didn't play much and didn't get opportunities. And that probably made some teams stay away from him.
Yeah, and it's understandable. And again, I don't remember, I didn't pull him up, but some people were saying he was higher on mock drafts prior to the season than he was after the season, with the idea that
They were
maybe
talking
they'd
about
seen,
lottery.
some people had him. I saw one that said they had him as a 5, or 6, somewhere, not just lottery, high up in there prior to the season. But I didn't see enough to be able to compare across. Givoni had him 5,
Yeah, it was
I guess.
Givoni. Yeah, he was the one who was very high on him. And he's a guy, I think, comparatively with the other scouts, who travels overseas, sees these guys, talks to them, and is pretty tapped into the international scouting. And the Celtics have done a pretty good job with that too over the years. I don't know who their last national guy they brought in at this point is, but I know they do a good job digging on a lot of these guys. And we'll see tonight, right, as we move on to that at some point here, whether they go with a safe. You mentioned one possibility, John, where they go with the safer pick now and the guy that's ready to play with the second round pick here, or do they take two big swings with a couple guys who are international, less proven, younger players with more upside at this point? Because now I'll say it again. I felt like this pick represented a direction for the Celtics. Maybe you're taking two big swings now because you feel like you're taking a step back before you take a step forward with the payroll and all that stuff. So they're tough spots to draft from. I think a lot of people are going to be focused on the centers who are available right here. But I'm leaving the door open to anything after this surprise pick here. I was not anticipating this being the direction they were going at all, and made me rethink a little bit how they're approaching this draft and this season ahead, along with Steven's commentary, obviously, yesterday, right?
Yeah, and so that's kind of where I wanted to transition to the thing. And again, this is kind of what my main takeaway was from yesterday. There's no point in pretending we have an idea what Hugo Gonzalez is going to be. What we know is that most picks at this end of this part of the draft really don't amount to anything. It's unlikely, it's rare that you're going to get an impact player. And again, Bobby, this is what I've always talked about with, unless you're finding a way to amass premium assets, you cannot get better hoping you hit a home run in the second round or picking 28, 29, 30 in a draft. You got to find a way to get yourself up into the lottery somehow, by acquiring those picks in some fashion, whether it be by you not being good, which I think is shaping up to be that way next season, or through trades. And if you don't do that, you're really going to struggle. You're really going to struggle to get better. And the Celtics have failed miserably in this regard, not because they've been all bad, just because they've been a good team. They were on a different trajectory. The teams like the Celtics and winning teams, I mean, OKC has rewritten, everything in terms of
They
no
just
team
got
has ever
better
had
again yesterday.
no team has ever had this much talent and this many assets in the history of the game, all at their disposal. 86 Celtics with the number 2 pick in the draft, taking Len Bias. Only thing I can think of, where you had such an embarrassment of riches. But it's absurd. It's absurd what they're doing. But most teams, you trade away that stuff in order to get Drew Holidays and Kristaps Porzingis, and all of those things. But my overall vibe on the entire Brad Stevens press conference, and I know people have been debating back here, and I'm still kind of confused by a lot of what I see in the chat and Celtics, Celtics
Land.
media or among fans, Celtics land in general is, what's Brad going to do next to round out the roster? I'm sure he's got something else up his sleeve. And if you watch it again and read between the lines, and we're going to bring in Noah here as well. What's up, Noah? Sorry, Noah, were you good?
I'm
You're
good.
muted.
Yeah.
If
Can
you
you hear
read
me?
between the lines, yes, absolutely. I really do feel like Brad Stevens outright told us we're not trying to win next year. And I think he said it loud and clear throughout the entire press conference. We talked about it last night. I've never seen him quite that rattled. It was an uncomfortable press conference because he knew he was kind of, for the first time ever, telling people and kind of lying. By most press conferences, people would ask questions about stuff and Brad would be like, okay, humor them and like, we're fine, we're good. I know what I'm doing behind the scenes. We're building a monster here. Everything's going to be okay. You can ask your silly questions about X, Y, and Z. This is the first time he knew that he was being borderline disingenuous about the idea of competing and what they're doing. He was using corporate buzzwords. And the one that he used the most, he really was. It was like a seminar. The one he used the most was flexibility. We put this together here. And here's kind of the Brad Stevens press conference in a nutshell in about 30 seconds yesterday.
Biggest thing is there clearly is a need to prioritize regaining our flexibility and, maximizing from an asset standpoint what we can. We have to make sure we prioritize that flexibility. Listen, again, it goes back to prioritizing our flexibility. Prioritize the health of those two guys and then also at the same time, make sure we're regaining some of our flexibility. I'll repeat it over and over and over. We need to regain our flexibility. Like we need to maximize assets in return, and we need to regain some flexibility here. And whatever that means from a final cost standpoint is what it means.
That was it. That was it.
That's the Joe Mazzulla spacing.
I know. Maximize
Everything's
flexibility.
fine. It's just our spacing.
In like 16 minutes, right?
Yeah, maximizing flexibility and asset return. Okay, again, but in English, that means we are slashing payroll, and we need more shit. We got to get more stuff somehow. So he's telling you we're cutting payroll, and we got to find a way to get more assets. We are, in effect, we are tanking. We're not trying to win. He told us clear as day, not forever. This isn't a let's sink the ship, shed everything. He made it's pretty clear. Next season is gone in their minds. They are looking 1 year down the road. That's much better than the very hard to stomach trade everybody and build it from scratch. That's not what they're doing. It's so much easier. This is more palatable for fans, but this is very clear. We are absolutely not at all caring about what's going to happen on the court next year. We've got some good players, to the answer to Noah's question. They're done, guys. They're done trying to make next year's team good. They're going to fill out a roster and they're going to move forward. And that's it. And he told us in the clearest way Brad could possibly say it. You can't say to fans, we're not going to try, but he basically said it last night.
I love the end of that answer too to Noah. I think he said this at the end of his answer to Noah. We have good players, Derek, Peyton, Tatum, Brown, and at the very end, that anyone would want.
Yeah.
Because we didn't address the White Brown stuff last night, but the backdrop of that obviously is a lot of teams are looking at them to try to acquire those guys, and that didn't happen for some reason or another last night. Will it happen this offseason? I'd still bet against it. But that's the tough decision they have to make if that's the direction they're going in, is whether that's the most straightforward way to reacquiring assets. Because that's the thing, right? I don't want to hear about the 2 seconds. It was nice that they got it, but those aren't assets. They didn't get anything back for Porzingis. So
They don't
yes,
have assets yet. They've
regained
assets.
some flexibility here, and you still have to regain more probably to have maximum. That didn't sound like a past tense to me. They haven't acquired the assets yet.
They've regained as little flexibility as you can, which is getting out of hell. They're in the second ring of hell.
Well,
they're not.
No, you mentioned it.
They're not in the last one, right?
Noah mentioned it. They're in position to make moves more flexibly now, like getting below that line. So there's more work they can do now to get to those places in more creative ways because they're below that second apron line. But I think yesterday told us, no, there's more to come.
So I think one of the things that I slept on that I have been thinking more today is there was an urgency to get below the second apron early in the offseason. They could have done it like with the Porzingis deal, right? They got it done within 48 hours of the season ending. They got Drew Holiday done within 48 hours of the season ending. They could have dragged that out a little bit longer. And to me, like, if you think about it, it might be because they want to start aggregating those contracts and being able to actually be like active participants in whatever moves come for the rest of the summer. So that's why it is so hard to evaluate those moves in a vacuum. But I thought about it afterwards because I was actually on a Hawks podcast and we're talking about the Porzingis trade, and I was realizing like they really rushed with those two, and now they're in the position where they can do more things. And so like the flexibility thing, definitely he probably went into the offseason, into the press conference thinking, okay, that's going to be the thing that I tie back to the way that we see Joe do this all the time with words. But I do think that's what it signals, is that we might see some of these guys get aggregated as part of new trades because he didn't want to be in that spot anymore. And I'm going to ask Mike Zarren tonight, like, what about the second apron is so debilitating because they're talking about it in a certain way. And then me as a media member, I look at the list of things that the second apron is, and it's not that debilitating to me.
It's a shoulder shrug.
You could say like, yeah, right. So I want to hear in their words, like what exactly it is that they have felt such a rush to do, because they could have held on to Porzingis for 2 more weeks. Like,
and Noah, they've been putting that out there since Wick, right? Like Wick's famous line there that he said, when he's right after the sale and he's talking about what the new owners are going to do, and Wick's very much going to be the fall guy here, so Chisholm doesn't get too beat up on his first year as the principal guy. But Wick, I don't remember the exact quote, but it was like, it's my prediction that it's so bad. It's my prediction that it's never going to. No one's ever going to be under that.
I said that again, from the day they created it.
Yeah, no doubt. But then there was this from Brad, which I also found interesting. It was, I think, the second part of his answer to Bobby's question.
I think the second apron basketball penalties are real, and I'm not sure I understood how real until they were staring me in the face in the last month. So I do think that there's, I think that can't be overstated.
That was very interesting.
Maybe not. So
maybe not authentic, but if it is, there's some stuff they wanted to do that they couldn't because of those restrictions. Like the only thing I can think of, is the trade aggregation.
That's the only one. I mean, everything else is longer term consequences.
Right. No, but I mean, look, the CBA, like that stuff gets signed. They signed. They did the Porzingis and Holiday stuff basically right around the time that CBA was coming. They knew
they did trades they couldn't do after that before, which was smart.
Yeah, right. But they knew absolutely that each of these moves would put them in this position in 2 years. They knew it. It's not like, oh no, you changed the rules on us. It almost coincided within days of when the CBA was ratified, June 2023. Late whatever was around the time that they did the moves for that. And they knew what was in it. They knew that the penalties were going to be there. This isn't a surprise. They did it with the full knowledge this was going to be there. What I find particularly interesting here, and the draft has technically begun here. It's 8:00, and we're going to, quickly transition over to the Celtics pick situation here and continue some of the Brad conversation later. Is I don't know why we have to pretend. The conversation feels to me like it's being had like this happened to the Celtics. And what are you going to do? What you're going to do is either not do what you did or fully accept that you did it. And this is just the price you're paying as a result of it. And that's exactly what's going on. Brad's not a hero for trading and getting back under and gaining flexibility. He's not a victim. He did it. Like, and for a reason. You won a championship. Most people would say, good. I'm glad. I'll take it. I don't
Everybody
give a
would
crap
say
what
good.
happens now. Everybody would. So it's not a bad thing. It's just the reality. I don't know why it's being spun as if it's like he's doing,
because they never,
Brad.
yeah.
He's doing his best. Like, no, I mean, this is a mess he created on purpose because it got them a championship. And that's awesome. But like teams do this all the time and don't win. And then they have to clean up. They push in. Look at Phoenix. Well, let's go big. Let's get all our stars. Now what? You're dead. You're dead. Like the Celtics at least won. And they still have 2 top whatever players at their disposal. They're in much better shape.
Yeah,
than
they're
most
not in
teams
an awful position.
that make a move like this. But this is the penalty. That's it.
I think just the thing that happened is that his best player is out for all of next season. Like, if Tatum was on the roster next year, we would not be talking about the Celtics admitting they're not trying to win next season, because they would be trying to win. Like, they would never use a year where Tatum is healthy as a year where they're not trying to win. So
There
that's
still would
the
have
thing
been
that happened.
some.
Of course, yeah.
payroll
And maybe they
reduction,
still
though.
trade Porzingis and Drew. Maybe those 2 trades still happen, but they would be trying to win next year even more so. And I still think that they are going to be competitive next year. That might piss people off. Maybe people would rather than be terrible so they can get a top draft pick. They're still going to be they're still going to field a competitive roster. That's why they want Luke and Al back. Like, you wouldn't prioritize those guys whatsoever. And everything I've heard from this team and just talking to people, like, they're not trying to put together like a
they're not.
season.
But Noah, what would the reality be? The reality would be they would have they would have what they have now with Tatum. So Tatum alone wins you more games. Tatum,
Yes.
Brown, White wins you games. That's it. But they wouldn't be trying to do more for this team. They would be doing the same things. The approach would be no different. It would in fact look even worse if Tatum were around, because it would be like, geez, you're really hanging these guys out to dry. You're going to let Tatum and Brown play without a center, without this, without that.
Center.
Uh-huh.
They're not going to start the year without a center.
I'm saying, saying no matter what, the math doesn't work out right now. You have to go back into the second apron unless you make another move.
They must be moving Hauser.
I think they're
have
going to flip
imagine.
Simons for a center.
And that's
You
fine.
think?
But then you basically gave Holiday and Porzingis away because you're not moving forward, because you're going to lose Al. You're going to lose.
Well, then you're
Luke
short at
potentially.
guard.
Yeah. So you're short everywhere. No matter what, you were going to lose 2 to 3 key players. You were going to lose 3 key players. The approach was identical. It actually just looks better with Tatum out because everyone's like, well, it doesn't really matter. They can't win because Tatum is out. It gives them cover. Their approach was going to be identical, whether or not Tatum tore his Achilles. This notion that, if Tatum didn't go down, they would treat this differently. They'd still be trying to beat. No, they would just hope that Tatum, Brown, White, and whatever around them on its own would have been good enough to keep them afloat for a year, which it might have. It certainly keeps them in the top 6 conversation and higher,
Well, there are a lot of moving parts there, right?
But they wouldn't have done it differently.
Maybe a little differently, just because
they're not keeping Holiday or Porzingis or Al,
no.
and they're not staying above the second apron for this team. They wouldn't have done it.
They would have kept Al if Tatum was healthy.
I don't think so, Bobby. They'd go into the second apron to do that. Go ahead.
No,
Noah,
I think Al would have been more willing to stay for a championship contender on a minimum if Tatum's there and they're ready to roll and win a championship. So if they're not going into the season with the intent of winning, maybe that's something that forces Al to move on and look at some other situations here. And that was certainly the message Brad sent last night. We would love to have them back, but if they want to go look at some other stuff and there's some other quality opportunities out there, no pressure on those guys. Like, I thought that was telling too, the second half of the answer on those guys. So I'm so torn on what's going to happen with those two. The money, as you start thinking about it, John, and this is always how it works in free agency, right? Every sport too, by the way. Your guys are going out there and you're like, they want to stay. They'll work something out with the team. Then the money starts going up a little bit and you're like, ooh, those are going to be tough contracts to pay if it gets to that point. And then I feel like there's another leap even on top of that where some team comes out of nowhere that really wants one of those guys, blows them away with an offer, and you're like, whoa, where did that come from? And then they're gone. So that could certainly happen with Luke here. I'm going to look at this tonight after the draft, what those guys could get and who could feasibly offer them their expected value, which I mentioned that Athletic article, John. They were saying $14 million a year for Luke, $18 million a year for Horford in market value if you were paying those guys what they deserve. That's not out there, but is 14 out there for one of them?
Yeah.
I mean, there is a world where you could lose both.
I'm still definitely surprised by people in the chat still thinking like I'm telling you, they are without saying it, not trying to win next year. They're not.
And I talked to
They're
Luke,
not.
John. I talked to Luke about his decision to come back last year. And again, he had a $7 million offer on the table. He took 2 from the Celtics.
Yeah, no, I know.
And a big reason
He might come back for the minimum.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but a big reason he did that last year is because everybody was coming back and they had an opportunity to repeat. That opportunity isn't here now. So I think that does factor into being open to some other situations, and certainly in his case, cashing in, because Al is cashed in, right? He's made all the money he needs to make. Luke is not cashed in. So I think that's a significant difference between the two, along with their age.
We'll continue this convo because it is interesting, and I think the thing that's more pertinent, but we are getting very close to what's going on with the draft. The Suns did make a trade earlier, 36 and 2 future seconds to move up into the first pick of the round here. The Timberwolves for pick 31. Shams had tweeted out that they are eyeing Rasheer Fleming at 31 here, which means that let's get to our big boards before the Celtics get in here. And Bobby and Noah have some similar ones, and some of these names are carryovers from last night. And again, we'll jump back into some of the other conversation that we were having earlier. But Noah, let's go through some of yours here. And again, you still have Kalkbrenner and Reynaud in there. Fleming looks like he's going to go. Does that one bug you among those bigs? Was that someone you were interested in? Oh, wing. Oh, sorry. He's a wing.
Yeah, I would like for them to pick a center here just because I think there's still some uncertainty around who they're going to be able to retain. They obviously have a better sense than us of what's out there and how competitive these offers are. But Kalkbrenner and Reynaud, I think, are probably the 2 best fits for this team right now, and they should both be available based off of the fact that there's only one team that separates the Celtics right now and the draft. So I was very surprised by their pick last night, but just given the depth of centers that were still available, I think that they had intel that they could probably draft one. Maybe I'm totally wrong, and that's not who they're eyeing, but it's those top 2 guys that I'm looking at most closely right now.
Yep, and then Martin and Broom.
Yeah, I like Martin a lot. He was in Florida. Like, he's just one of those guys that just had a winning career in college. Honestly, I don't know how much the Celtics are going to go for somebody like him right now. It doesn't really fit their archetype of the kinds of players that they've drafted, but I like him. So he's still available. I was looking at the list of guys. I'm just throwing him out there.
Yep, throwing in Bobby's targets here as well. Again, similar at the top 3, but your other guys, Cam Jones and Kobe Brea.
Yeah, so Jones, I feel less solid about at this point because I think he's a veteran, sturdy fill-in type of guard who probably doesn't have a ton of upside, but's ready to go right now. So like Noah was just mentioning, the direction has changed here a little bit for this team. So I'd be less inclined to go with him here if they were trying to win this year and fill that backcourt spot. And interesting note from Noah that maybe they're looking to trade a guard for a center, in the NBA market.
There is belief from Sham saying that there was intel that the Celtics were looking Fleming at 32, which is why they jumped.
I could see that for sure.
And if that's the case, this is where you trade down. So we'll see what the Celtics do.
For sure, right? Because there's a lot of wings left. Adu Thero,
if that's what they wanted. Yeah.
There's Zion James from Duke. The wings fell into the second round. And I don't love the wings in this class, including Fleming. I have some concerns about him. I think the shooting season he had might have been a little bit of an outlier. Didn't play great competition. I mean, he was in the conference with UMass and, teams like that, Rhode Island. It wasn't the greatest conference in the world he was playing in. So great athlete, enormous wingspan, 7'6", leaps out of the gym. And again, he got up to 39% from 3 this year, some driving ability and all that too. So he's intriguing among a group of wings that are flawed in this class. I threw Kobe Brea in, who I'd call a wing as well, though a different kind. He's a shooter, closer to 6'5" ish, and shot 40% for his life between Dayton and Kentucky. So if you're going to move on from Hauser this offseason, you want to fill that role. I think a guy like that would be good, though. I think he'd be
Who's the highest
available into the 40s.
Noah and Bobby, either or both. Who's the highest upside? Again, if you're gonna go on need, which a big, might be one. Need might be big, might also be the area where there's the greatest strength at this point in the draft. But who's, me, I like my, shiny objects and my high upside guys. Who's the highest upside person, whether you mention them or not, who has bust potential? Because I wouldn't even say bust at this point in the draft.
It's got to be.
They might
be Noah Penda, right?
And you guys didn't put him on there. What do you think?
I'm curious about it. Do you think they double dip on guys like that, Noah? Because that's a Hugo Gonzalez
That's the thing. Yeah, Noah Penda was. I was talking to Jack. Like he was a lot of people's target, even at 28 as a prospective player. But I think, because based off like the one overseas player pick with a potentially unclear ceiling and unclear floor, like that's why I thought they would lean against it. But maybe I'm totally off on their strategy. Like my thought process is that they're going to take a safe center here, and maybe that's.
I was saying that to John earlier. Like, could you just pick 2 home run swing type guys and forget about need? Like, you need a center. Who cares?
Yeah, forget need.
There's
no need at this point that you don't. It's not the NFL draft. You just can't fill needs in the second round.
That would make me feel better, Noah, about my belief.
They're all dart throws.
Yeah, that would make me feel better about my belief that Joe went out to France to actually scout this guy, because Brad was telling the story last night that Joe was on this soul-searching trip and looking for advice from everybody this summer. So I thought he was out there to scout Penda. Maybe that wasn't what he was doing. Maybe it was, and they're going to pick him here. But I would bet against that, just because, again,
I think it's more likely he was out there to fight him. Yeah.
Wow. No credit from Windhorse last night, huh?
He couldn't remember though. He was fair about it.
Where did I see that? We put it back. We put it out on Twitter and we tagged him.
Yeah, Windy loves us.
It's over here. He does.
Yeah, he knows.
John, don't be so stunned.
I don't know.
I mean, he watched, right? Or he read, maybe.
You guys you're the ones on the front lines. You know more than I do.
I love Windhorse.
Why would he like us?
He was running on fumes.
That's weird.
I do have some intel.
I always assume nobody likes us. No, I bet guys like you. I mean, Bill Chisholm friggin' fell over himself to run over and meet you guys and shake your hands. So obviously, some people do.
Said the Fleming intel is interesting. I did hear before the draft began tonight that there's less momentum with Kalkbrenner, because I think that was where I thought they were going. I think Noah agreed that was the most likely pick at 28 yesterday. So maybe the events of the days previously did pull them away from need, John. Like, I think that would make sense. Maybe they like Reynaud more. I doubt that. So we could see a different position come up here, a wing, a spot that they're looking to move on from. And it would make sense too, Noah, tonight, if there's like an order of operations here and they take a wing, they find a way to move Hauser, and then you move back into the second round and take some shooter to be able to potentially fill that spot. They've worked out Chaz Lanier, who I think will be available in like the 40s, maybe the 50s. So we might be talking about the Celtics moving off Hauser tonight, trading for a second round pick, and you can just trade cash for that, as we've seen with a million teams tonight, and trying to get one of these shooters who might be available a little later. So we could be talking about multiple players coming in tonight. I wouldn't be stunned.
I think people have lost their minds in a lot of different directions regarding this situation that the Celtics are in here, both in terms of, taking a big step back, having to, be one of those teams that just sends away players for nothing, and just being in this weird, unenviable position where you can't really do anything about it. Not right now. And so I've been seeing a lot of Brad is a bad drafter stuff. And like, I'm going to put this comment up here, and, not a shot at Manila here, but Brad has not drafted anyone who became relevant, unlike Danny, who drafted great players. Whatever. Brad has not drafted anyone.
The Brad thing's stupid. You were tweeting about that earlier.
Brad has not drafted anyone. I know he's being facetious here, but Brad has not drafted anyone. Period. That's where the sentence ends. When you're drafting 28,
fine. Yeah.
When you're drafting 28 and 30. Or you kick down, or you're drafting that late and you kick it down and you get second rounders. these guys don't hit, they don't hit. Like, it's just, you can't expect much out of these positions here. If you get someone who can play some minutes for you, it's a massive success.
And if you look at Jordan Walsh, who the jury's still out, but it hasn't looked great. Like, he
He's
hasn't
still
really
young.
contributed yet. Yeah, if you look at who was drafted after him, like, there's
Nothing.
nobody. There's like one impact player that was drafted after him that year. So you have to look at like who was available. Like, were there a ton of players that Brad missed that ended up being impactful players that he could have drafted? Like, he hasn't really had those opportunities. But between Baylor and this, this Hugo guy and like the next couple of picks, like, we'll get a better sense. But it's way
Hugo
too soon.
guy.
For some reason, I
That's how you
can't say
feel?
his full name. Yeah, I don't even. Is that Hugo?
Ugo would
I've heard-
be Spanish, right? H is
Okay.
silent.
I can lean
Let
into
me
it.
look
Look,
up
it's
the
it's
pronunciation.
Hugo until they correct us. But yeah, let's not, there's no reason to try to be smart about it. Eventually,
I can
we'll
see
find out
Bobby
what
really
it is.
leaning into the Spanish accent.
Excuse me, Hugo. I have
I
a
am
question.
so excited they have a player from Spain.
It is
Give me
so.
what-
Chomps confirmed they wanted Fleming. That's
You
the
get-
scoop
The
here.
H is silent.
Yeah, you get me a Greek guy, and I'll start going to press conferences. I promise you that. You'll see me
Giannis.
there.
There we go. Get it
You
done.
get me Giannis, and I'll be front row asking stuff in Greek every time.
Who's the
Yes,
second
Shams
best
had
Greek player
said-
ever?
Shams had said they were thinking about taking Rasheer Fleming at 31, not 30. The Celtics were taking him at
32.
32, which is why
Yeah.
Phoenix jumped up to 31.
And there was a lot of buzz about teams moving up to 31. So that was clearly a guy a lot of
Now,
teams like. So it doesn't,
if Fleming ends up being awesome, it's gonna suck. Well, no.
that's happened, right? They lost the coin flip for Hero and they drafted Romeo. They've been one guy on, and this year it's gonna be Danny Wolf, right? Jimmy's gonna be telling us every time Danny Wolf's going off down in Brooklyn. So
Yeah,
that stuff happens. There's not much you can. People always say trade up, trading up is not easy. No one wants to trade down unless they're blown away. And look what happened with the Pelicans yesterday, which I know you were talking about, John. That was just a ridiculous trade to make. Who knows how good that Queen guy is going to be? And you just
Bobby,
gave up a
and
premium pick next year.
pick is in, and it is Fleming. That is no surprise here. So the Celtics are technically on the clock as we wait to see what they do. Here on round 2 of the NBA draft, Boston Celtics are on the clock with pick number 32. Fleming is the pick. Bobby, I intentionally dodged the Greek question because it's a real drop. I will tell you that from Giannis. And we're talking about Spanoulis, Kalathis, it's bad. Remember, what was the guy? Was it God? There was Kostas Koufos. I forgot that. Rambis had a little Greek in him. We don't really claim him though. And then honestly, like, you might be heading into Dedecumbo land. So it's pretty grim. It's pretty grim. Unless you want to go all the way back into the old days and any Greek, an older Greek will tell you Nick Galis was the ultimate Greek basketball player who had been complimented by a lot of NBA players as well, but had never come over to the NBA there. He was a star, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, there's not many. Yes, Galis. Somebody knows. Legend. 100%. Legend.
How likely is this pick to be someone we haven't even thought about? That's just what I'm getting ready for here.
Between the Blazers trade and the Hugo Gonzalez pick, I'm expecting it to be someone I've never heard of. That's where I'm at with the
And we
unpredictability.
talked about it. The boards are so different. We haven't heard about Fleming with the Celtics. It's been a good fit connection. I think a lot of people have assumed that he would make sense there, but that wasn't a strongly reported interest that they had. That's just a guy who fell into the second, who they were probably surprised got there, and we're like, all right, we're going to take this guy if he's there. According to our friend Tyler Rucker, the Celtics were probably surprised Gonzalez was there because a lot of scouts, a lot of analysts were like, this guy's going in the 20s. And
let me ask you this.
28, early
Let me
20s.
ask you guys this. One of the great, there's multiple things about drafting. One is the talent evaluation, which is the most important. The other is the maneuvering in and around the board. It's really hard to know what could have happened, what didn't happen, what you should have known, what someone else knew. But I always get really frustrated when other teams get intel and scoop your guy. I don't care what sport it is. And I always have to wonder, could you have done better to have, staved that off? Like, if you really want a guy and you allow someone to jump in front and take them, I think that's a massive fail. I'm not saying that Fleming is a world changer, but if that's who they had their sights set on and there's nobody even close on their board and they just assumed we'll get him at 32 and then didn't, you're getting worked when that stuff happens. You see the teams who are good at it, and you want to go over and talk about like the NFL.
The Celtics traded the pick.
Team like that's so. This is exactly
right
what this is what happens. You have your guy, someone scoops you, and there's no plan B.
Yeah, they picked Penda.
What?
Oh,
Penda.
Who did?
They're trading Penda.
And you trade out, and so they got scooped here. I can't stand that. I like moving up to get the guy you want and then hope that you're right and the talent evaluation is good versus allowing other teams to work you here. And so that's a bummer.
Magic owned the 46 pick, so that's probably where the Celtics are moving back to.
Interesting.
Unless the Magic own some other seconds. I don't see any here. So unless they're trading out of the draft entirely, we might have to wait a little bit for the Celtics to pick again. I know the Celtics like some guys who are probably there in the 40s. Chaz Lanier, Javon Small. Maybe one of these centers keep dropping. I wouldn't be surprised if Reynaud drops into the 40s. So we're going to have to wait around here. And you mentioned Broom, Noah, who's a big man prospect, who's probably more unsung. He's 23. Some questions around whether he's going to translate, but he was player of the year caliber player there. So he'll almost certainly be there in the 40s. So that's interesting, right? They didn't
what's the return?
We're still waiting on it, but the Magic own 46. I'd imagine that's where the Celtics are moving back to. Yeah, 46 is coming back. 57, so they now have 2 seconds in this draft.
Who's reporting this, Bobby?
Shams. They got a 2026 second and a 2027 second coming in. So the Celtics just got 4 seconds for moving back.
Asset management. They're acquiring assets. So that's what you got out of this thing. Celtics trade the pick, which means we wait a little bit on Zarren, and which means this pick is coming a little bit later here.
I don't think Zarren will talk now. Will he?
Not at the stated time. He'll probably wait till after round 2.
Right. So what do you think? Hang around for 46?
We'll see. In the meantime, we're going to pay some bills. I'll tell everybody at home about our pals over at Prize
Never
Picks.
Fun when they trade out.
I can't stand it, but we'll get into it in a minute. Prize Picks, #1 daily fantasy sports app in all of North America. Pick more, pick less to win up to 1,000 times your cash. It is that easy. New users, when you download the app and enter that promo code CLNS, you get $50 instantly in your account when you play 5. Once again, play 5 and get 50 instantly with Prize Picks. Everybody plays this different. I personally usually like to lock in on one game and one sport and really focus in on that because it's easier to track and easier to watch and you get a better vibe for it. Everyone else can kind of view it a different way. You can mix and match athletes from different sports. Right now you have women's basketball going on. You have professional baseball, and everybody wants to really get cranking when it comes down to football season. So make sure, again, download that app. Promo code CLNS. New users get 5 when you get 50 when you play 5. Prize Picks, run your game. We also need to tell you about LinkedIn, our pals over at LinkedIn.com. Great place, one, if you're looking for a job, but also if you're a small business and you want to post your job, LinkedIn is the place for you. Again, all small businesses use this. I guarantee 75% of small businesses, in fact, use LinkedIn to find quality talent for their open positions. We post all of our jobs there as well. And when you go to linkedin.com/garden, you can post your job for free. Once again, linkedin.com/garden, post your job for free. Terms and conditions to apply. We'll put up the trade here. Oh, no, we got to remove that. I got to remove the targets. Boston Celtics trading number 32 to the Orlando Magic for number 46 and 57. 2026 second rounder and a 2027 second rounder. And again, Noah, as you mentioned yesterday, the Magic are going to be good. So these are low second rounders. You have a bunch of picks in the late 40s and 50s, most likely coming from Orlando. Whoop-de-doo. I know you can use these as currency to make moves later down the road, but this is basically trading dirt for sand.
You know what's so funny too? They got this 32nd pick from that draft 2 years ago where they traded back 100 times. So that's the power of second round picks. It's like, just kick it back forever.
Again, you flip them in so somebody feels like they got something when you're trading players. Oftentimes they're sweeteners. They're never going to be the thing that tips you on a certain deal. And again, they do have some value for some teams that are looking to round out the back end of their roster with very cheap deals. So there is some value in second rounders, more so than there's ever been in the NBA. You see how many second rounders get traded or amassed by different teams because they do use them as sweeteners in deals. But in terms of present day value, it's so project or need or nothing. They went with nothing. What's your vibe, Noah, here on just the idea of getting scooped and trading the pick?
I don't like that. I don't get why you get scooped, because like why does that intel get out there? It's very unlike them to have that. So I don't know how that happens. I don't know if the draft rule is a little bit different because there's so many reporters that are in the mix and scouts and everything. But if they didn't really care that much about Fleming, like I don't want to assume that this was like their end all be all. Clearly, if they wanted him that badly, they would have taken him at the 28. So I don't think that they were obsessed with him as a concept.
Yeah.
What do 4 second round picks do? I think the late second round picks are so hard to evaluate, but hey, they might, if there's like a bunch of guys they value similarly and they can grab them at 46, then why not get 3 more second round picks that you can maybe use in a transaction or something?
Yeah, that's certainly possible here. I wonder if, again, they're taking this long view, the asset accumulation, all of that. They like it just doesn't matter what they're taking here in the second.
He said it.
But you might have said it too, John. Wanted Fleming. That was their only interest at that spot, and moved back again. I felt like Kalkbrenner was a good fit with them. Maybe he'll make it to the 40s. I doubt it. Reynaud might. Maybe they view him as comparable enough to be taking on a bunch of seconds into the future. Or maybe they just looked at both of those guys and said, yeah, these guys aren't helping us with what we're trying to do right now. These are plug and play guys, and we don't need that because we're taking a long view right now.
Jonathan put it up there too. It's either asset management or you can always move back up theoretically if the player you want is around at 38 or 39, whoever was next on your board. But again, I that really does bum me out, because somehow it gets out there or people find out that this is people's jobs to get a sense of where things are going. And the fact that the Celtics wanted this guy, Phoenix found out, is they did good, you did bad. There's no other way to spin it. And you got scooped and you lost a guy you wanted. And if you were going to stick and pick at 32, Bobby, I think that goes against this idea of approach. Like if their approach was, I want to amass assets, they would have traded no matter what. But that wasn't the case. It seems, if the reporting was true, they wanted a player, and they wanted that player at 32, which is basically a first rounder. And you didn't get him. And so now you're stuck with this. I don't know how you view this as anything other than a bit of a bummer. That's where I'm coming at it. I
think you could look at it as they got 4 second round picks, if they didn't really care about who that selection was.
But they did care. That's the thing. They did. If they were trading no matter what, I'd say I would agree. No, I'd be like, they hated everybody, so who cares? And realistically, you're not going to hit, but they liked the person and they lost them. And that's what bums me out. Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, he was an intriguing player. There's no doubt. And there was a lot of stuff to like there. So I'm not surprised that was the direction they wanted to go there, especially when they have a position of need on the wing, even beyond Tatum's return. Like, again, feels like they're going to lose one of these depth wings as they manage the roster here further. So again, I'm surprised they didn't like some other players at that spot. We'll see where those guys actually end up. Sometimes you're saying like, oh, they need to grab this guy now, and then they're still there 10, 15 picks later. So that's part of the assessment of the board too. But they moved.
Why are people so sensitive about this? We're going with the reporting, guys. The reporting was from Shams, who has all the information They wanted him. In every sport, when a team jumps a team, it's to get the guy they think that team is taking. That's how this works. This is not rocket science. We're not saying anything new. That's how it works. When a team jumps over a specific team, it's because they have intel that the player they want is going to be taken by that team. It happened. We're not sitting here saying that the championship hopes of the Celtics rested on this Fleming pick, but the reality is it's probably true that they wanted a player, got scooped, traded out and down because they didn't really want anybody else. It's a bummer. It happens. That's how it works. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but it's more likely than not accurate.
And you mentioned a willingness, John, to move up to 31 yourself if you wanted to do that. I'm trying to see what the cost was for Phoenix. I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm guessing it wasn't extraordinary.
I will
don't
say
think they gave up a first for that pick.
Why do you think it is interesting? Let's put it this way. Why do you think, if the need, everybody had them pegged for bigs, why do you think, let's again assume the reporting is true, that they wanted another wing here?
Because you're missing a wing right now. You're probably going to lose a wing in short order. So what kind of player do you want at that position? It's also a best available thing. I don't think there was any doubt, Noah, that was probably the best player available at that spot at that point. So they probably had him slated higher. That wouldn't make a ton of sense, though, because they were already picking at 28. So unless they loved Hugo as like a lottery pick and Fleming's a guy who they liked in the 20s or something like that, that makes sense in terms of the order of operations there. But it probably was just a matter of best player available at that spot. And again, you're not drafting for need at this point. I think it is a shift in philosophy in terms of those centers filled needs if you were trying to compete this year. And now you're taking a long view and saying, all right, who are the best players we can possibly add to the mix for the long term here? And that might have been Fleming. I don't think there's any doubt in a vacuum. I know they play different positions, Noah, that Fleming's better than those two centers who
But it's
definitely
also,
both
what does
have
it say about
flaws.
their thoughts of what does it say about their thoughts about Walsh? If they were going to go with the,
I think Walsh is what it is at this point.
No, it doesn't.
You still think
What?
there's something they can tap into there?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think the next year he's going to have to show what he can do on the floor. We haven't really seen him do much, so there's no reason
He gets an
to have
opportunity.
time. He'll probably get an opportunity, yeah, and we'll get a sense. I mean, I'm not super high on. I think the thing that's tough with him is that defensively he has to be like awesome for him to be worth it on the floor. Like that. I love Jaden Springer because when he went on the court, he caused havoc defensively. I haven't seen that as much when he's played for the Celtics, so that's why I'm not like.
He's played tentative for them.
He's played a little tentative, yeah. And he's played very young, which is, he is young, but not all young guys play young. I think that you can tell that he's young. So, I don't know. I mean, with the Fleming thing, though, they must have, obviously they had since last night to rank these guys. He was probably number one on their board, which is why Shams reported that. I think Shams is accurate when he says things like that. But if they were so excited about him heading into the draft, they would have drafted him at 28. So it's a unique situation that they had just 3 teams separating their 2 picks. And so if there was anybody that they felt passionate about, what I think is that they probably have a set, like several players they feel pretty similarly about, and kind of similar to the year where they kept trading down for that Walsh pick, where I think they had the first rounder and they kept trading down to 38 and they recouped some second rounds. Like I think he's probably doing something similar here.
Yeah,
well,
what
to John's
typically
point,
typically this means, Noah, is they had Fleming above everyone else by a margin, and then the next wave is the next 20 guys are the same. That's the bummer. That's the teardrop. And that's where it hurts. And again, the Celtics, to their credit, their intel probably told them whoever was at 31 before wasn't going in that direction, so they felt pretty comfortable. Like
Minnesota,
they knew heading in, Minnesota's not going there, and they had that, and they're like, we're good. And Phoenix was like, well, I know where they're going, and we got to leapfrog the Celtics if we want them, and they did. And then that's what happens when you do those. You see it in every sport. It happens all the time when a team starts free falling, trading down. It happened to the Patriots. If I say this, I'm going to upset everybody with the Jalen Polk pick. They didn't. They had 2 receivers they wanted equally, didn't get them. traded down and out, missed out on Lad McConkey, but it is what it is. But they couldn't get what they wanted, and they traded down and traded down again. And, you see that happen a bunch in a lot of different sports. Bobby, you might get it. This might make your heart jump here, but I'm going to throw this out here. Did something happen with Cornette? Why is he trending? Is Luke trending? Bobby, has your red phone
Has my
rang?
Luke antenna gone up?
Yeah, don't you have a special red Luke phone or something?
I thought you were talking about different breaking news, which is that the Hornets have selected Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Yeah, no. At this point, it doesn't matter. Everybody on your list is gone.
Right. So I haven't heard anything about Luke. I'm guessing
Luke's trending because Bull Pet had a story that came out today that some front office executives think he's going to command a big free agency market similar to like a Steven Adams type contract. So I think that a lot of people have been talking about how he might be more expensive than the Celtics thought. So that's the big story that's making the rounds.
Okay.
Can we look at that for a second? By the way, I do have the price on moving up to 31 for Phoenix. They were at 36. They moved up to 31 for 2 future seconds, which is what the Celtics got for Holiday. So if you really loved him, you could have just shipped those Portland picks right over.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think they thought they were safe. This is part of the game. This is the game. This is the game people play on draft night. It's
not a huge cost. If Phoenix played a first to move up, you're like, okay, Celtics weren't going to do that. But that
again, they were probably pretty solid, and it happened. Real quick, we're going to get to some super chats here as well. This was one Turkish here. I wish we had traded a little for Mark Williams. And again, that's more of a if you wanted to compete next year. What I'm baffled by the Mark Williams thing, guys, is why in the world did the Lakers turn this down? Like, how bad could the physical have been that they wouldn't have taken a position of glaring need on a team that actually had a chance to compete and really didn't have a chance to compete because of this issue? I'm amazed that they turned this trade down.
I never get a good sense on that one, Noah. Do you have anything there?
I mean, he was available to play for the latter half of the season. He says he's healthy. So I don't know if they for them to have to turn it down, I would imagine there has to actually be something that was proven. So
sure.
I always wondered about him that's somewhat degenerative, that's like longer lasting, that made them wary. Like I think about it, Rob Williams, like there's a guy that has an injury right now that you're not sure about versus something that you have reason to believe that it's going to be long lasting. I'm just surprised there was no reporting on it after the fact. Maybe there's some confidentiality there with his health. I mean, I'm sure they didn't want to like hurt his career in the long term after already doing something that's kind of uncomfortable and like pretty much probably like the most uncomfortable thing that could happen to an NBA player. So that's probably why they kept it so up to speed. But it's so unusual that happened. And I was surprised that then Phoenix was comfortable trading 2 first-rounders, especially when they have so few picks and so few assets.
Yeah, I know, and they're in a transition period too. That was a bizarre one. I'll say this: I always felt like they probably got cold feet, had limited assets. There was a physical thing there that they could get out.
Sure,
it
seemed like it was more of a desperation move to begin with, so I was surprised that they did it. Throwing a few more super chats. David Andrews here, former Patriots center. Why is everyone so against bottoming out for 1 year? Worst case scenario, get a lottery pick, could either keep or trade. How is that bad? I don't understand at all. I don't know what people are bucking against here. It's clearly the best case scenario for next year. It's far better than being a 41 win team as the 7 seed. Bottoming.
So what are you going to do, John? Are you going to sit Jalen in 41 games?
You're not going to sit Jalen. You are currently, without any additions, probably a 30-something win team. Or at peaking at 500, I would say. Anything goes wrong with you, you fall below it. I think they're going to let it happen. They're not going to try. They're not racing to the basement. They're not. So this is not a team that's going to go try to be the Wizards. It's not going to happen. There's still good players there.
Yeah, it can't happen.
Yeah.
This year, 30 wins. 30 wins got you 9. 36 was 10 and 11. And then 12, 13, 14 for the 40-win teams. And again, I don't think you're at 30. I think you're probably around 500 with what you have right now.
You're closer to 500, but anything goes wrong, anyone gets hurt, anything weird happens, or just you never know. You could naturally fall lower, and it's not a bad thing. There's not a ton to be gained from winning 45 games or 46 or 47. you'll feel good. Be like, hey, good job, guys. Like, I'm glad you did it. But there's nothing that's going to help you.
You
get
also have to
better
win the
off
lottery.
of that. Yeah.
You also have to win the lottery. And it
Well,
might be nice to be in the mix. But even in the peak version of this team that we've talked about
it's
here,
more
John,
fun to watch a competitive team. It's horrible to watch a team that you know is not. It's horrible. It's horrible to watch it. It's a tough thing to go through. It's especially tough to go through when you don't have kids you're watching take their lumps and grow. That's the thing. It's much easier to watch a team lose when there's promise in the pipeline and you're watching younger, the picks and the kids kind of grow into what you think that they might be and giving them opportunity. Celtics aren't that. You're going to watch them lose with really good players who are accustomed to winning. It's going to be painful.
The Mavs, who obviously picked number 1, were in the play-in right now, and they won the first game, I want to say. Lost the second to make the playoffs, and then they picked number 1. So we're talking about this roster as it stands without eliminating other things, which is probably going to happen here. Being a play-in team, at least, I think there's potential that they could exceed that, but that's probably the best bet. And then if you lose in that play-in game, you're back in the lottery mix there. It's a tiny chance at that point, but intending to sink lower isn't going to get you that much lower than that.
They're not going to intend
teams
to.
In the East.
They're just going to let whatever happens, I think. But for conspiracy theorists out there, if the Celtics end up in the lottery, and if you truly believe that lotteries are fixed, and you think that the Celtics aren't going to absolutely get the number 1 pick in the draft, if that's the case, every conspiracy theorist out there should want the Celtics in the lottery. I'm just saying that. Croatian kid, Baylor and Walsh were decent picks by Brad. Of course, at that point in the draft, Baylor has good promise as a pick number 30. Could end up being a rotational player. I don't disagree. Walsh, again, as Noah said, probably a big-time prove-it year. Eli, Curian. I liked Maxime. Would have been a good stretch big to learn under Al and replace KP. Also McNeely over Hugo. Guys, again, I know we've been over the Maxine, the Reynaud versus Calc thing.
He's still available.
He's still available.
We're at 3 more picks as we discussed. Zion, James, Ryan Kalkbrenner, both to the Hornets, and Johnny Broome to the 76ers. So we're now waiting on pick 36.
I had heard Broome was maybe going to go a little higher than he needed to there, or we thought
trade
he might
back up.
there, so.
Trade back up if you like him.
Who? Reynaud?
I'm saying again, trade back up if you want if you like the player.
Maybe there's somebody they're keeping their eye on now, and they are willing to trade back.
That's what I like that. That's so right now you're killing them for losing the player and moving down. It's good board manipulation if you are able to get the next person at a much lower cost there, while also picking up an asset. So that's not bad. Who is better, Walsh, Jordan, or Spanish Walsh? What?
I don't think they're that similar.
No.
From what I've watched.
Walsh doesn't move the way Hugo does offensively. Hugo's got some great court sense offensively. Walsh, when we watched him, just stood in the corner this year. And again, not all his fault, but doesn't have a
Walsh
great
moves different, right?
A little bit.
No, I'll ask you this for real. Like, how different is Maine Walsh to Boston Walsh in terms of the way he plays the game?
Not overly different, because they used him in Maine very similar to how they wanted to use him in Boston. So while JD plays like a star in Maine, in Jordan from the beginning, they were using him as a 3-and-D player. So he didn't have lots of high scoring games. Like, his stats didn't pop off the way that Baylor Shireman's stats did, and even Drew Peterson's did. So not substantially different. I think just like he looked more comfortable and more confident, and just like I thought he just like Summer League was the worst for him last year Summer League, because I think he thought, okay, Maine, I'm a 3-and-D guy, but now in Summer League I get to be more of like a top option. And when we were talking to him just the other day on the the interview that we had with him for the premiere yesterday, he was talking about how he's gonna like not have expectations for Summer League this year, to not try to like force the issue. But it's not like I'm seeing something in Maine that's like spectacular, and you just want to see if that can translate over to Boston. They used him in a very specific role.
Yeah, I want to have hope for him. And this goes back to the conversation we had about Hugo. If they're going to bring Hugo in and put him in the damn corner and have them catch and shoot threes, it's not going to work. You got to switch up this offense a little bit for the personnel here. And again, I'm not saying they're not going to, but this roster is about to change significantly. I know there's not a lot of pressure on them to win this year, but I do expect them to remain competitive so that within the flow of this offense, within the system that they're running here, players like Hugo, players like Walsh, those kind of guys have different ways that they can contribute. I love the way they use Walsh in the preseason, putting him in some screening situations, having him roll toward the basket. He's not going to be a great three-point shooter. So to put him in the corner like they have in different situations here and have him live and die off 2 threes, I think is so ridiculous, and why numerous prospects, not to say that he's the greatest prospect in the world here and this guy that's been a big disappointment because he was a flyer to begin with, but they haven't put him in a position to succeed offensively in my mind. I think this team has gone too far with the role players toward just having them space out and having them hit threes off the catch. And listen, you have to do that in this league, there's no doubt, but not everybody's going to be an elite shooter, especially guys who you're picking later in the draft. You have to find other ways to get them involved, and you can't just bury them because they can't hit a three. It's going to drive me nuts this year if that's where they're going.
I didn't have Bobby getting mad about this on my bingo card.
It's just annoying. We've seen they're about to go into a development mode, and I've seen it's not even a Joe thing either. Every coach does it where they bury guys because they can't hit a 3 or 2 because they're just standing around out there and they're not involved in the offense.
Noah said it yesterday. What's the one skill you look for? And she said, if you can't shoot, you don't really have much.
Yeah, I mean, am I wrong, Noah? Like, they don't cut. So this guy's coming in who's a rookie whose main skill is cutting. Are they going to alter the offense to utilize that a little bit, or are they just going to have him stand out there and shoot threes?
Well, I think. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think that one of the big takeaways from Brad Stevens' press conference yesterday, I thought, was his discussion of the Celtics pace and how, like, in the finals, he was watching the Pacers and the Thunder, and like, I think not just their pace, but their movement and their lack of reliance on like that slow half-pace offense, and them walking the ball, which I know has frustrated both fans, media, and players for a very long time. So I think you're going to see them play stylistically very different next season, and that's why when we're thinking about fit, we're thinking about bench players and role players. Like, it's such a blank slate to me what they're going to look like, because a team spearheaded by Jaylen Brown and Peyton Pritchard is going to play fast. Like, you're not going to see
Derek White tries to push things.
Yeah. But I'm thinking like those two guys vocalize that all the time. Like, it is something that they bring up in the media. Like, we've had conversations with them about it. They're like, so yes, when he said cutting last night, I was like, since when do the Celtics really cut or prioritize that? But I think their identity is going to have to drastically change next year, because
how does that? That's
as Brad Stevens said, like, they're
like, how do you convey, like, you're right, Noah, but just to follow up on what you're saying, how do you convey that to a coach that has a very specific style and way that he wants to play? And then also, how do you reconcile that with the return of your star who's going to just grind it back to a halt when he gets on the court? Like, what are you going to say? Jason, welcome back. We need you to play totally different because while you were gone, we have this totally cool, fast-paced offense, and now we need you to be different. Like, how does that work with a coach who has a way and your star who has a way that is kind of the opposite of this?
Yeah, I think one of the realities of the fact is that Joe's thing is that he was handed a roster that was elite, right? And that had a million weapons, that at any given moment, the Celtics usually have 4 mismatches on the floor, like four matchups where they're like, we have an advantage if we get this guy and this guy. And so the mismatch hunting is not that fun to watch. And sometimes it felt like they overdid it. And sometimes it felt like it bogged down the offense. But with Tatum and Brown and Porzingis and Holiday and Derek White on the floor, you did unequivocally have that advantage all of the time. You look at teams like Indiana, they don't have that in a one-on-one level. And so they actually have a better offense, like a more beautiful offense to watch if you're just a lover of basketball. So next year you're going to see them attempt to do something different. I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know exactly what the personnel is going to be because there's still a lot of outstanding questions about the roster. But they might find some gold and they might find something that's replicable when Tatum returns. I also think that Tatum, you're not going to have him come back in and average 30 points a game right away. Like there may be a little bit of a return to play and some easing back into it. So maybe a new style of play is going to be good for him rather than having to shoulder everything offensively the way that at some points this year he really had a massive role in the offense. So it's all an open question, but I think that that's one of the upsides of next year and like what the roster can look like is can they lean into a different style?
I want to stay into this. I want to stay on this topic here because it's interesting, and we'll get back to the super chats in a second. This was Brad Stevens yesterday, which I thought was one of the more interesting quotes from the press conference talking about this very subject. Yep.
I think it really boils down to.
Can't stand it. Hold on. We got to remove those other things. Hold on. Try it again.
I mean, I think it really boils down to those first two games in a lot of ways in my mind. I don't know Jason's injury. Who knows what you do if that series is 3-1 you at that time, and do you finish it out or whatever the case, right? Things can go different ways, but I thought the part of those games that stood out to me was more than anything when we got stagnant and we played without pace. And you could just feel it. You could see the walking up. You see all that. And I think we're going to try to address some of that. I think if you watch the finals, I think the two teams that deserve to be playing were playing. It wasn't about anything else. The best two teams in the league were playing. They played awesome. They deserved to be there. They outplayed everybody. They played really, really hard, the right way. So, we were that team last year, and, we'll strive to be that team again.
That's a dig at Tatum. The whole team really, but like that was surprising that he would openly say like, I hate the way we play that. It's interesting that they've allowed it to get to that point because it's been a problem, but when it's your best players doing it, your best players are your best players. You're going to kind of let them play the way they're going to play.
Can I say this too? I got some criticism late in the year for pointing out that they were 30th in pace down the stretch.
You mean Joe yelled at you?
I'm not saying anything, but I received some criticism for pointing out their pace down the stretch.
Yeah, it was real. It's a real problem.
And I'm not putting it all on Tatum, though.
And I think
he does not play at a high pace.
It's
but
always
everybody.
Tatum. Tatum is the absolute center of the problem, but it's not entirely him. But when he's your everything and you're putting the ball in his hands as much as you do, it's Tatum. And he plays 40 minutes a game, it's Tatum. Tatum is the pace problem.
I think so too. And that's why I'm curious to see what this team looks like next year without him, because your whole identity is going to be completely different. And so you have to lean into something. And that's part of why I have optimism that they can actually surprise people, because I think that style of play will really play to some of the strengths of some of the other players of the roster. So Tatum has I think that he has so many things that he does great that if this is his biggest problem, you live with it. But I can say the few games that I sat courtside when some of the away arenas where I had really good media seats, Joe was yelling to go faster, like literally nonstop. Like it is an ongoing thing the entire game. So I think there's a question of how is Joe content with the pace? Probably not. Joe doesn't criticize anything the team does to the media. Brad Stevens already has multiple times as GM. He went on during an NBC Boston game this year for a quarter and was pointing out things the team wasn't doing well. So I think Brad is just going to be honest about what he sees on the floor. And I think that he felt like this year that they were not the better team. And he made that very clear in both of his press conferences.
We always disagree on that, though, or me and John at least. I think there can be some public messaging to what they need to do. Like if Stevens is comfortable doing that from his seat, I know he's not the coach, but it's just honesty. And sometimes I wonder if things are resonating to the team because of the fact that Joe is always so defensive of everything they do publicly. Like there's never any problems, at least from the press conference table, with what they're doing. And listen, him saying it on there isn't going to fix it, but that needed to be solved down the stretch of the season and into the playoffs. And for some reason or another, they couldn't figure out a way to do it. And to your point earlier, Noah, and I caught on this during the year too. There were players on this roster who wanted to play faster. Horford always wants to push the pace. You mentioned Pritchard, who probably should have played more into the playoffs because of the style he plays at, but he ended up buried on the bench too often, specifically in that Knicks series. And it was a big reason I put that series on Missoula, coming out of it with the rotations and their inability to play the way they need to offensively.
Very quickly, I know Noah's got to dip out for a little bit, but she might be able to return if Bobby and I are able to hang long enough to get us through the pick. But before you do,
Picks
Noah,
are flying now. I think we're good.
Yeah, it's a shorter clock. Before you do, Noah, there's a super chat directly for you. Dancing Dog 60. This is for Noah. Been a Celtics fan since the days of Rex Morgan, who played with Artis. You youngsters give me hope. I bleed green forever. Can you translate that? Does that mean something to you?
I don't know.
No.
But thank you. I appreciate it. No.
Okay. I thought this
I'm
was
glad
something like
the
a secret
plural makes
handshake.
me think I'm in this too, but shout out to Noah.
Steve Kaburski went later and was a good player. None of this, Noah?
No, but I'm not
Dancing
much of a
Dog?
history buff, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I do appreciate it. $7.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's
That
all
goes
going
to
to
Noah.
Noah.
John, I'll accept
Goes
that in
to-
a separate payment.
That's fine. All right. Look out for it. Anyway, so Noah's got a jet. Bobby and I'll hang a little bit later. We'll filter through your comments. Bobby, let's get through some more super chats real quick. Let me just rifle through because we did have some.
Oh wow, there's a lot.
There's a few in here. Nate, team has no centers, wings, youth, or depth. 30 wings.
They went from 3 centers to no centers.
They don't have a 5. They don't have a 4. They don't have ascending players. They don't have premium first round picks.
How
Again,
did they go from 3 centers to no centers?
Again, this is not complicated. You're a good team for as long as they were a good team for. Your picks are always late. It is what it is. The treasure trove of picks they'd gotten in earlier deals, they dried up when they went, back to back with Romeo and Neesmith. They got those late lottery picks. They weren't as good as you would hope there. One was a Sixers pick, one was a Memphis pick, I believe. It is what it is. You didn't hit on those, and since then you've been picking late 20s or not in the first at all because you've been trading stuff. You traded out to get off of bad contracts. You traded what was the Desmond Bane pick. You got decent players. You got Grant Williams, who's a solid pro. You got Peyton Pritchard later in the draft. You didn't hit a home run. So you never had that. You never got your Tyrese Maxey. You never got that guy who could be the next up and coming star in and around where you were picking. It happens. Then you traded everything, went all in, spent your money, and you have no youth. You have no young up-and-coming players. You have no draft picks. The only way to get them is to trade really good players, but you're going to be moving way back if you do. It's a conundrum. The only way to get premium picks is to trade Derek White or Jaylen Brown, but when you do that, you're going to take a massive hit on the court. It's what do you want to be? You want to be a middling team and hope you can pull a miracle, or you want to take a big swing? They're in a weird spot right now. I think people are having a tough time reconciling this, Bobby. Like, there's no magic solution here to get better players in and around the good players they currently have. Like, how do you get them? Like, you need that flexibility. You need to get lower so you have some money to spend and some flexibility to make trades. But the only thing you have of value to trade are the 3 or 4 good players that you need to build around. It's not, there is no, you don't just, everyone says Brad will trade. Trade what? What are you trading? You only have a couple of valuable pieces, 3 really, that'll get you something strong of value in return. The hope is, again, in a couple of years, other teams are going to be in the same position you were in and have to shed salary, but then you got to take salary back, find yourself in a weird position where you're going to be threatening that second apron again. You got 2 supermax guys. You don't have a lot of financial flexibility to be going out and taking other people's bad contracts. Like, I don't think people are seeing the whole puzzle here on how challenging it is to rebuild from the position the Celtics are in. They're not rock bottom because they have Tatum, Brown, and White. But alone, I don't know that that's enough right now. And getting support around them is going to be tough. It's tough.
Yeah, and That's the conundrum with keeping Brown, keeping White, keeping Pritchard, certainly, who I think that one's a no-brainer. But I always acknowledged, at the very least, even though I didn't want to, the virtue of trading Jalen because of the fact that there is no other straightforward way to bringing back assets and increasing flexibility to where you can move medium-sized salaries in and out and just make different moves. This roster is going to come down eventually to Brown, Tatum on supermaxes, low salary players around them, and not much in the middle class. Again, unless you draft well here, and that's why I'm so intrigued by this draft
But
and
I
others
I
going
want to
forward. Is that's the only path around a
I
Brown
want to
Tatum
put this up
combination.
again. I know you think that this is an own, but this is kind of my point. You can do this again. You can trade other players for salary, veterans who make money, but you're going to go back over the tax. You guys get it? Like it's not the lesser players on this roster outside of the big three remaining talent on their own have value. Pritchard has value. Hauser has value. Not enough to go get stars. They probably have as much value to you as they will to anybody else. But you can put them together in trades to go get a better player, but you're going to have to spend money. That money's going to put you back over the tax. That's the problem. They're flirting on a line here that they're not going to be able to, they don't want to keep crossing back over it, right? They have to get younger and better. And it's hard to get younger and better in the position that they're in. It's a tough spot. It's a tough spot. When they do trade, when they do the reverse, again, they're going to go. They just traded two $30 million guys. What are they going to do? Go trade for two new ones in a year? Like, you can't do that. You just got off it for a reason. You're not going to go and get them back. You have to find younger, cheaper players somehow. That's the key. That's the key. And the only way to do it is a big swing, which no one wants to talk about. And I'm not going to say it again because I've said it too many times.
Yeah, and my point with those, and even Hauser here, it doesn't look like a Hauser trade's imminent. You can be patient with that stuff because as much as they need more flexibility and assets, they don't need them tomorrow, and they don't have to get below the tax line until the end of the year. So
I know
those were reasons I would have kept a more full-fledged team together going into this year. But now that you've done your second apron business, you can keep what's remaining and see what you need.
That's it, though. You can't. This is another comment. You can't do this. You can't get role players. You have $4.7 million or you're back over the tax. You have to go backwards more, which means you've got to probably flip Simons, which I think is going to happen. Everyone's saying they got a good player in Simons. I think they're going to flip him or Hauser, probably Simons. It's an expiring
to
deal.
Noah's theory, if you're flipping Simons for a center, that makes sense why you'd pass up on the centers who were on the board.
It does, but whether you do, you're doing it partly for the player, partly for the asset. Maybe you get a pick coming back, and partly to go even lower and have your payroll go down. You want to get under the first apron too. You're doing it for multiple reasons, but you got to keep moving backwards to move forwards. You can't just get role players and free agents, and you can't soft reboot. You don't have money to do it. You don't have it, and you don't have picks to make it happen. I'll throw this one out there for Ryan Smitty. The NBA rewards poor performance. It's the quickest way to get better. Tatumless year, go rock bottom and start digging again. And then
you're not going rock bottom.
No one intends on losing, but the roster's not that good, And again, next year's lottery, be stoic. Yes, has higher value, multiple NBA ready players available. Next year, the top of that draft is freaking great. And GOAT is coming at you. Why is Bobby so against the tank? It's weird.
Because I don't think it's possible to tank unless you're tearing it down. And I've mentioned why I don't agree with tearing it down completely, because once you get to that level and you're that bad and you're that focused on losing and putting yourself in position to make that pick, which isn't even promised, if you're the worst team in the league, you still only have a 14% chance of one and a small chance at staying in that top three. It's so hard to get back from that. They aren't in a great position, John, but they're not in a bad one either. There's still foundational players here. There's still two that can carry you pretty far, even with a uncertain supporting cast there. And it's definitely difficult to build a championship level supporting cast around those two, given the contracts. But I think that's easier than going to the bottom, having nothing, hoping Tatum stays and is patient with that situation, because it can take a long time to pull yourself up from that position. Let's say you go there, John, and it's Dragon Bender or Josh Jackson, like you've talked about. Even if you do everything else right,
Yeah,
boom, you're
disaster.
back at square one,
You're
and you have
dead.
nothing to work with.
Yeah.
So at least right now
it's
you have
so
something
funny,
to work with.
the fate of those two franchises on those players that could have been Celtics. Josh Jackson, Dragan Bender both go to Phoenix. I mean, oh my God. Yeah, you're right. There's no guarantee. It's all bad. It's all
Yeah, and
bad.
you're getting 28 million off the books and signings after this upcoming
Anytime you
year.
trade star players for future assets, you risk going into the darkness for a long time, right? You lose the lottery, it's a 3-player draft, and you fall to 5. I mean, look what happened to the Celtics. Go back, forget what's happened during the Tatum and the Brown years. Go back when it was the Tim Duncan draft, and they miss out on it. Was a 2-player draft with Duncan and Van Horn, and they end up 3rd and 6th and get Billups and Mercer. Disaster, that stuff kills you. You wanted Simmons or whomever. Was it Simmons, Ingram in that draft, and you fall out of that ended up not being bad for you. But anything can happen there, or you just pick the wrong guy. The unknown is brutal in that scenario. There's no guarantee you're going to hit there.
So I'm looking at the next summer cap situation for them, and right now with Simons coming off the books, you're gonna have $8 million in room under the first apron, and quite a bit of room, $21 million under the second apron. You're out of the tax effectively at the moment. So you still at that point have Tatum, Brown. I guess Holiday's still in the mix here, so you shed a little bit off that even further. White, Hauser, Pritchard, Shireman, and Kada. So, you can slash a little bit money off that to go even further below there. You're going to have some more picks coming in between this year and next.
Yeah.
You're not in an impossible, you're in a difficult position, but you're not in an impossible one where you're like, all right, it's time to tear this down. I think what you do is what they did clearly this summer, right? See what the market is for Brown and Tatum, or for Brown and White. Make a move like that if it makes sense, but don't urgently do so just to try to put yourself in tanking position. Again, I think that's a horrible direction to embrace, and I don't even think it's feasible when some other teams are in much more stripped down positions.
Look, here's the thing: you're not tanking unless you traded Jaylen Brown
and White.
No, I mean you're this a Derek White Simons team. It's not going to be good. I mean, you assume if you trade Brown, you're going to get a player back of some value in addition to picks too. But that's you only tank. You could only assure tanking if you traded Brown. The team coming back is not going to tank. They're just probably not going to be great. So, but you're not tanking with Brown and White playing every game. I do think that this is always funny is the entire bones of the current organization is built off of literally starting all over. It's so weird that people are against it. We're here now because of this.
I'm going to disagree with that one, but I don't want to get into a whole thing about it because I still think the Brooklyn part of that's so important. Your tanking got you smart. The Nets falling apart got you all of the Brown Tatum stuff.
But that's the point. You trade for future firsts on teams down the road. That's what I mean. That's how you get them. Those teams are good for a couple of years and then they fall apart. Under the new CBA, a team that loads up for the now, chances are long-term success is not assured. And you're right. It was Brooklyn couldn't have fallen apart worse. They way overpaid for aging superstars, and that stuff paid out for you immediately and kept paying out. But yeah, that's how it works.
So if you want to tell me
that's why these trades, Bobby, end up being 4 future first and 4 pick swaps. You're locking that team down for 8 years. The chance of a team being good for 8 straight years and not going to shit after loading up and paying all of their money and and they too shedding all assets and any opportunity to improve on their own for years and years and years and years. You just wait for the stars to age out, and that team's going to crash and burn. That's why you make these deals. But you got to wait for a long time, for that to pay out. That's the difficulty there, is because they're not going to be bad right away. So it's painful. It's painful.
Yeah.
Those are hard.
Let's say you do move one of Brown or White down the line, and you can't rule that out. You do get that capital, and then you still have some infrastructure left for Tatum to step back into once he returns. But at this point, it is getting increasingly thin how much they'll be here once Tatum does get back. So I think the team's focus is going to be trying to see where they're at next summer when it's Tatum, Brown, White, and Pritchard again with whatever else they're able to retain.
And
here.
They can reassess.
It looks so grim right now because it's Brown, Pritchard, and White. Like Tatum being out of the picture is something no team could survive, regardless of their financial situation. Like this is just a year where you're not going to be in the mix at the highest level because of that loss. Now we'll see if he comes back at a late point next year. I don't think that's part of their plan either here, of trying to keep this thing together and maybe being in position. I mean, Brad was pretty adamant last night, John, that there's going to be no rush whatsoever with Tatum. And I think the buzz around that situation is that it's more likely than not he'll miss the entire year next year to make sure he's 1,000% ready to return.
This is no question about it. Without saying too much,
why risk that?
I will say, I don't like saying it because I don't want to give away from where there. Forget about next year. Forget about it. Forget about it. It's gone. Forget about Tatum.
I mean, all the signs are pointing in that direction.
It's forget about it. It's fine.
And again, you could be pleasantly surprised. The fun of those years, John, is that you get to see some guys you haven't seen. You get to be pleasantly surprised, and you just have fun with it because there aren't expectations. And that is going to be the beauty of next year, is there'll be no expectations. So it'll be very easy for them to surpass expectations.
Yeah, let's see where we are right now, guys. Somebody give me an update here. I'm trying to keep up. We are at pick.
Oh, yeah, I want to jump into an update. So off the board at this point, Kobe Brea, who's a guy I like, just went to the Suns in a trade. You also have seen Micah Peavy, Elijah Martin, who is one of Noah's favorites. Cam Jones, who is a guy I liked, went to Indiana.
The Celtics are at 46. We're at 42 right now, so we're not too far off.
Chaz Lanier, a guy the Celtics worked out, a guy I liked, at 37. So those two shooters who were potential Hauser replacements are off the board. And Adu Thero, who's one of the wings I was mentioning, who's in the mix.
You know what's funny is, Rayno, who we don't have any idea if the Celtics want at all, is going to end up going at like 45, and people are going to lose their shit.
Yeah, so what are we talking about now? Rayno is the best available according to ESPN at 42, which is where we are right now, I believe, right?
Yeah, 42.
And the only other guy there's a couple of guys I recognize, but the only other guy I definitively recognize at this point is Jameer Watkins, who's a decent forward out of Florida State, decent wing. And other than that, we're getting into like flyer territory, deep flyer territory.
We've been there for a bit. Couple more super chats. Like Tommy used to say, you have to run. He'd be screaming from the sideline. But we all know at times in playoffs, you have to be able to play set up basketball. Again, it's fine. It's not at the playoffs that they played with pace.
You're not going to be the Pacers. You just can't be last. You can't be the slowest team going.
Rayno is gone. He's gone. What, Rosie?
Rayno to Sacramento.
And then Gregory Alexander. What about Brad working magic? Trade up from a penny. Again, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Thank you guys for the super chats. So we do appreciate them. They go, all the proceeds go to the hosts here on the Garden Report. So thank you guys for contributing here. It's always a nice little added touch. Not like we're not going to put your regular comments on the screen as well. But yeah, if you send us a super chat, we will put it up and we will address it directly. And it's all good. So yeah, Rayno gone. I think that's your entire big board, right?
Everybody's gone. I just rounded off. Rayno, Kalkbrenner, Brea, Broom, Thero, Lanier, Jones. Those are the only guys interesting.
Honestly, at this point, trade these for future seconds and see if you do better.
Yep.
These are pointless picks. Pointless picks.
And if anyone wants to tell me anyone different that I'm forgetting about here, go ahead, but I do not see it at this point. The best available players right now are Jameer Watkins, again, a guy I looked into a little bit as a flyer. 6'5", 6'11", wingspan, inconsistent shooter, decent defensive wing. Nothing that exciting there. Alex Tuhi, Rocco Zakarski, John Tonji. Javon Small is interesting. Want to throw him in the backcourt. That's probably who I'd take. But yeah, it is the end of the draft, John, at this point. Ryan Nembhard's good.
Bobby, we've been drinking. We've been drinking all day, and the lights are about to go on, and it's going to be a grim picture what's left at the bar.
Can I throw this one out there? Because they're picking 46, and they're in the 50s too. Andrew Nembhard has a brother, Did you know that?
Yeah.
He's really good. I've been surprised that he's being seen as a late second round pick here. So wouldn't mind that. Ryan Nembhard had 9.8 assists per game last year at Gonzaga.
Yeah, well, you can. Keep seeing people talk about this. Use the second rounders, trade Yang. Can you trade him into some TPE somewhere? And
maybe
just get that money off the books, and then just use it to sign, somebody. That's the play. That's the best play. That's honestly, I think the most likely thing that you're going to see is trading Yang for sure. If you can, if someone's interested with a couple of these second rounders into some sort of TPE or something like that to make it work, and then just use that money, take that money off the books. Now you'll be 12 million under that second apron. You could comfortably go even sign Al to a mid-level if you wanted to bring him back. All of a sudden, you've got better feels, there. Here's some of the assets that we have here. Ah, man. Hold on. I got to get rid of Brad. This is what they've got kind of coming up here in 2025, picks 46, 57. That's coming up here. Their first round, their own, a second rounder via the Knicks, Minnesota, NOP, or Portland, a second via Orlando, another second right to swap with Indiana or Miami. 2027, first rounder, their own, and a second rounder from Orlando. And then 28 is the first round swap with San Antonio. This is what they're looking at in terms of future assets here. So again, plenty of seconds that they can move if they really wanted to kind of, do something here. I don't even know why we're waiting for this pick here, but we've been going this wrong. Yeah.
And watch them trade it again.
Yeah. Watch them trade it again. So that's what we have for that. And then, going into the future, I think they've amassed, somebody counted 10 second rounders between now and 2032. Here.
Yeah, I had them pulled up here. I just routed through them. So they have 3 next year, and they're actually pretty good ones. This year's was pretty good, and they just traded it. It was number 2, so that doesn't really matter. But they have the best of Portland, New York, New Orleans, Minnesota, I believe. They have the better of Miami, Indy, and the better of Detroit, Milwaukee, Orlando, which is usually how these things end up coming together. 27, they got the Evan Fournier second rounder back from Orlando, John. If you remember, that's like an early Garden Report trade. Yeah. They trade a couple of seconds for Evan Fournier, who I thought was awesome, and he was not. So they got one of those picks back from Orlando here, which is going to be the better of theirs, Orlando. So Orlando does keep one of them, but Celtics will have the better. They sent out 28 in a trade. I forget what one that was. We might as well do this, John, right? Because we're just waiting for a couple more picks to come through here. They traded that one for the Bol PJ Dozier dump. So that pick is still in play for 28. If they're bad enough.
You know what? I'll tell you right now, because I'm
remember when we freaked out over that one? They traded Bol and PJ Dozier to get under the tax, and we were like, they won't pay the tax.
Yeah. What I'll say is this, because it's almost 2 hours in, and I'm going to get punchy in a little bit here. What I will have no patience for are people whomever gets drafted here at 47 and 56 who take to Twitter and be like, I looked into this and this guy can play. This guy could. I don't want to hear it. I don't want your Anton Watsons. I don't want to hear it. No one.
I
here
like
can play.
Javon Small. Hey, if it's Javon Small, I might have to do it, Jack.
I'm gonna tune out. I'm tuning out. Okay. Send it to Amit. Leave me off the chat. Okay. Don't even text me. I did a little film review on blah blah blah. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Let's see, Vladislav Golden.
I know it's happening, and I don't want it.
I'm hearing a lot of hype around Dink Pate in the chat.
I don't want it.
He played in Mexico City.
Oh my god. Tell that to Jimmy with his Hugo take. Hugo.
I hope Jimmy's ready to look up one of these guys.
Oh my
Who else?
God.
Let's look for some good names. I don't want to make fun of anyone.
Oh, Amit's out too. He's out. That's it. Bobby, you can edit it.
Let's see. Will Richard, Caleb Love. He's been pretty good in college.
We are now pick 43. As we said, where Reno went 42. Jameer Watkins went 43.
Jameer Watkins just went. Oh man.
Watkins went 43 to Washington. I don't know if that pick's been traded or not, or if it belongs to somebody else.
It's Washington.
Again, I'll say this because I just, why not? Everything sucks. The dumbest, two of the dumbest things in sports, but one right now, and everyone's railing about it on Twitter. It's not an original thought by any means, but the fact that it goes in the register as the team who picked him and that's how it will remain forever for the rest of time, that the Celtics drafted Noah Penda was drafted and has always been and will always be drafted by the Celtics. And he goes up there and he's wearing a Celtics hat, and that's his draft.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
It's the dumbest freaking thing. Like Kobe Bryant is a Charlotte Hornet. Like this stuff is so, yeah, that's what we got drafted by. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's that, and my second most annoying, among the more annoying things, because I moaned about this earlier, is
he
that
is a Hornet.
Yeah, they make that's how it goes down in history. And I
didn't know that
pictures with the hat. They're pictures with the other team's hat. They walk into the stage knowing they're not playing for that team, and they make a post with that stupid hat. It's been going on forever. It's so frigging frustrating. And then the other one that drives me nuts is, that golfers have to fill out a correct scorecard in order for their score to count.
Yeah, you were talking about that one.
We watched this thing on friggin' national television. A guy wins the Masters, the greatest moment of his life. Then he walks into like basically this office, and he sits there for 20 minutes writing stuff down. Like, that's another one that drives me crazy. Yeah, there's Kobe.
There it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Celtics legend. Yeah, Celtics legend Desmond Bain.
Let me see who the Celtics have drafted.
Yeah, Jokic was 41st and Tom Brady was 199th. We're not talking about outliers, okay? At this point, you're drafting future firefighters.
Wow. I'm surprised Noah's back to talk about Dink Pate.
Dink Pate. Go, Noah.
He's my favorite player of all time.
500 words.
John, how are you handling things? As I was watching the selections, I was worried about what I was missing. I almost called it a night.
John, tell Noah what you told me about your stance on what's going to be said about the 46th pick.
I'm just saying I'm gonna have to block every young reporter on Twitter who's gonna be really excited about actually this 46th player is good, and let me tell you why. Like, I don't want to
think about being excited about these guys
because they're not. Right now. Because
this is Noah. What?
Because they're not. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, let's be realistic about them. That's all.
What about Isaiah Thomas? What was he? Was he 60th?
Oh my gosh! There's obviously going to be some of these guys.
Come on, John.
It's great if
they're going to get him finally.
The problem is there's no chance I'm going to have
Lou
heard about
Dort
the guys
wasn't
that they select.
drafted. Like, yeah, they exist. They exist.
Sam Hauser.
Sam Strus.
There we go.
Want to do this since we're those guys are undrafted. Yeah.
You can find diamonds in the rough. There's no question about it. It's just playing the percentages at this point. With where we're at.
All right, I want to do this since we're still in 44. whatever.
No,
How
no,
many of
I'm
these
fine.
guys actually played?
Are you okay?
Thank you for checking. Thank you for
Yeah.
asking. The chat doesn't think I'm okay. One person suggested therapy. Bobby,
look
you know
at
how I
this.
feel about these things. If you put shot charts up here, Bobby, we're gonna have a
This
problem.
isn't a shot chart.
Okay.
Here's our two guys that we've
Every
been
time
talking
I'm not
about
in the
every
show
day
and I
since.
check back, Bobby's putting shot
There was
charts
the
on
other
the
day. What
screen.
was it the other day, Bobby? That you pulled up?
It could have
What
been
did you pull up the
anything.
other day? What was it? All I know is that it was like I couldn't even look at it. What
No,
was
I
it?
pulled up the trade machine and Noah wanted to die.
Oh my God, John, when you pulled up the trade machine, I almost left right on the spot.
Come on. I'm just
No,
trying to
trade
get us
machine.
to 46.
Yeah, anything we
Yamadar,
can do.
Juwan Begarin, Tremont Waters, Jabari Bird, Kadeem Allen, Semi, who a lot of people were excited about for a little bit. Deonta Davis.
Dirk, are you talking about me? Yeah.
Demetrius
that's-
Jackson, Ben Bento, Abdel Nader, Jordan Mickey, Marcus Thornton.
Yeah.
Not the good one.
Noah, the reason I'm not mad is I'm pretty like I've come to grips with the situation here. I'm
John,
continually
you did not handle the trade down well. The 32nd
I didn't.
pick.
That
You didn't
bothered me a
handle
little.
it.
Okay, fine. Fine. That got me a little.
I think you were right about that.
I want to know how much we collectively know about Rasheer Fleming because it was a lot of panic.
I couldn't tell you if I couldn't tell you if he's white or black. Like I have no idea. I don't know anything. Literally nothing. I don't know.
He's gonna be a
anything.
Hall of Famer. He's gonna be a Hall of Famer.
John will be shouting from the mountaintops.
I knew it.
He was the one.
Hall
He was the one.
of Famer Rasheer.
The only thing that John knew about Rasheer Fleming is that he was the one. That was the only thing.
Well,
it was
the
guy.
report.
Yeah. I'm just look, Noah, I will openly admit,
I understand.
I base it on other people's reporting. Yeah, and all and opinions too. You always like a guy where the consensus is higher and it's like, oh, they grabbed him here. So yeah, absolutely.
Semi Erden was 60, John.
Man. Semi Erden. I went to the Semi Erden press conference. Despite the whole Greek Turk thing, I did. I went there. I was there. But no, but like I said, I'm still a little bit shocked.
We're at 45. We're almost there. Just for them to trade out again.
Yeah, and again, what's the pay scale here in terms of when you are going down on these picks? How much are you saving here, Bobby? Do you have put that up on the screen?
You can pay seconds, whatever you want. It's like a
Real
second
quick,
round exception.
While we're here, I want to let people know, for those out there who are Prize Picks people, you got 30 minutes on this free square here on Prize Picks. If you did sign up, and whether you sign up, you use the code CLNS to get that offer on the screen, play 5, get 50. This free square is available to everybody here right now. Women's basketball, Wilson, 0.5 more. What these mean is it's giving it to you. You put it into your lineup and it's an automatic hit. Go out if you're going to play, and if you're going to play a lineup tonight, Aja Wilson here, 0.5. I can't. You gotta have to bring it in, honey.
Asia Wilson. How's she playing this year, Noah?
Asia.
She's been playing well, but the Aces have been taking a massive step back. So they've struggled. I think they might be like a dynasty team that's a little thin right now.
Yeah.
Just like another here.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Brooks Barnheiser. Brooks Barnheiser. One that got away at 44.
Oh, yeah.
From Northwestern. Sorry. Okay.
So here are the best available. Alex Tui. Bogojub Markovic.
I'm gonna
just take Markovic. Just take Markovic.
Being, what's his name?
I'm not gonna even try to pronounce it.
Give it to me. I'm good at this stuff.
Bogoljub.
Oh, I'm not good at that.
Markovic. Yeah, just take the Serbian center, who unfortunately weighs 213 pounds.
Yep. Rocco Zakarski, number 45. The Celtics are on the
No.
clock.
Oh, Celtics on the clock. Okay.
Celtics are on the clock.
Noah was scared that you was
I'm
gonna
kind of
talk about
surprised.
Rocco
I'm kind of
Zakarski.
surprised they're drafting these guys. Like, so they're gonna take 3 rookies effectively for now. Probably one of them will be a 2-way. Ooh, what does this mean for our 2-ways?
Yeah.
It's gonna be bad news for our 2-ways.
This could be, I mean, for the guys you love covering, Noah, this is a big spot because these are the 2-ways. These are the guys that are going to play in Maine. These are going to be guys that are on your radar.
Well, they have 2 returning 2-ways right now. I don't know what they're gonna do with Drew as a restricted free agent, but Miles Norris and then Drew Peterson because JD was upgraded or converted to a standard deal. So I would imagine one of these guys gets a 2-way contract, but they're probably not gonna be able to give both. Like, this is the 57th pick and they get a 2-way contract. I don't know. Yeah, this is a weird spot. What was Anton Watson last year? He was like 45.
He was in the 50s.
50s, okay. And then he obviously was waived middle of the season and the Knicks signed him.
It feels like we're in
I
that
didn't know that.
territory here, though.
Didn't even know that.
You didn't know he was
You
waived?
didn't know they got rid of Anton Watson?
No, I was looking forward to his contributions next year.
Come on. That's why they got
He was on the
Miles
Knicks.
Norris. Okay, let's see. Do we have the pick?
I can't wait. I'm honestly.
I
I'm
don't.
excited. I'm about to scroll down the
I'm
40s in this
refreshing.
draft guide.
My wife and daughter, my eldest daughter, are out of town. My twins are just tearing the place apart. I didn't expect to still be on at this point. There's a party going on out there.
How quickly we got put over under on minutes are we going to see a tweet, John, that so and so is good?
Oh my God.
I'm just gonna.
I can't. I'm just looking forward to the Jack Simone video.
Do it, Noah.
Jack just sent me a list of his favorite prospects.
Oh, good.
He wants Tyrese Proctor.
I want him to.
Jack
then.
spent a lot of time scouting this summer. He's been scouting.
I want him to. I trust Jack. Are you kidding? Absolutely.
Amari Williams.
Wait, did it happen?
Amari Williams. What do we know about Amari Williams?
Are you reporting something? That's what they got?
Amari Williams. Kentucky center. Okay.
Oh, they got the center they wanted. We wanted this guy all along.
They preferred him over all of the other centers, actually, is what I've been hearing.
Yep.
I'm trying to see him in the draft, guys.
Physically
He's-
imposing big man, 7'5" wingspan, known for his defensive prowess and basketball IQ, excels as a rim protector and rebounder, using length to alter shots and secure boards. His defensive versatility enables him to guard multiple positions effectively. Out of Kentucky,
sold?
Amari Williams. There you
He's
go.
75th in the athletic guide.
That's good, right? Is that good?
75th.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Does anybody have
He's-
thoughts on him?
He's from Nottingham in England.
Oh, I thought that was Syracuse.
Oh, is there a
Probably would
proposed
have heard him
trade?
in that case.
I hope so.
No, it sounds like they're taking him.
He wasn't one of the 5 prospects that Jack had at 46.
Jack's still going to find a way to love him.
Yeah, he will.
Proctor played at Duke and probably was like a big tournament contributor, right? So, I mean, this is a Kentucky guy. He started at Drexel.
Brad
but-
did it again. Way to go.
Let's see if
What's
there's
wrong?
anything interesting
What
in
is
here.
so bad about trying to find some positivity in the basketball team that you root for?
I'm laughing, aren't I?
But like I know the whole green teamers thing. Like, what's wrong with being a green teamer? Life is
There's nothing-
hard.
It's not about being a green teamer or not. I think
Here's-
it's honestly, like I said, it's about unrealistic
explain.
expectations. I think
I like
I
this.
love,
I like this.
What?
He is a player.
Want me to explain it, John?
No, I don't need it explained to me, Bobby, but fine, go ahead.
It's because if everything is going to be great, any potential move they make, any draft pick, any decision under the sun, any suspension levied, any the route Brad takes on his GPS. If everything is the greatest thing ever, how can we believe you when you say it? Because it's always going to be good.
So that is my problem. My problem is in like saying it like in Brad we trust sort of stuff is like weird cultish behavior. Like just thinking everything is good because the Celtics did it.
What's the point of even saying it?
Is
it's
what
just a
cults
given.
do. What's the point? What's the point of having an opinion? Like it's strange. I hate this whole well, geez, what you think you know more than Brad? Did you ever play basketball? That's just dumb critiques. Like it's good or it's not good. Who knows? But like the likelihood here that something is good at this point in the draft is low. So you're not going to be geeked up about it, but we'll certainly be pleasantly surprised if somebody shows up to Vegas drafted in the second round, lights it up. That's going to be exciting. And even that doesn't mean anything because it's still Vegas. So people will get excited if they see something. And yeah, there are diamonds in the rough. They exist, but don't sell me on, well, actually, like, I don't want the, well, actually, like, this guy was rated 75th, but actually, and this and that. And the ultimate indignity here is when you're drafted during a commercial.
Was he drafted during a commercial?
Not that important. But yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm bullish on everybody. I want to see him, and I will absolutely do backflips if they hit. I think they're great stories when you do get someone like this or find an undrafted player. It's great when you find them. We do it with that. Look, Noah, again, I know you're all basketball, no football. This is football all the time. People are going crazy over 5th and 6th and 7th round picks. Right now, one of the most exciting players in Patriots camp is an undrafted free agent. The hype train gets out of control. You see them on the field for a little bit. You see what they can do. You get excited. I'm all for it. Yeah.
And now that we're in this
I'm fine with it.
There's no difference between this guy, 57 or wherever they're picking next, and undrafted.
It's all the same.
It's all going to be the same, and one of those three guys might work out. So I'm not putting too much stock in this one compared to who they bring in for the summer league team, compared to
go get them,
who they signed to a two-way when the draft day is done here. Like they worked out a lot of guys, Noah, again, who I didn't really hear of. A lot of them went back to school. And that is the thing with this class, too. I'm like, why does this feel so thin now that we're into the 40s? There's so many guys who went back to school.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be tough to find hits here at this point. But,
yeah,
seems like a passing big man. Seems like a guy who generates some free throws. He's 255 pounds.
Yeah. And this is really more of it. It's a pointless exercise. We love the underdog story, but that 90% of the time, I mean, the amount of second rounder, like, the Carson Edwards and the amount of second rounders that people did backflips over, like this was a steal down here. It just doesn't hit very often. So I'm not optimistic, but let's not reframe it. Everybody has the guys they wanted. Now we know the guy the Celtics wanted, and they just drafted a guy nobody had anywhere on their radar. Let's not be excited. Let's just take it at face value and see if they can play. That's all I say. Yeah.
The minuses are something. Not a high-level athlete, a bit out of control, kind of a
his
strange
pro
player
comp,
to fit
Isaiah
into his team.
Hartenstein.
Hopefully.
There it is, Noah. We got him. We did it.
I can't believe we got Isaiah Hartenstein at 46.
I'll take a Hartenstein.
The comparison thing's funny because would anyone ever compare someone to Yabusele? Is not a good example anymore because he turned it around. Ed Davis, I don't know, like just random player X who crossed through the league and left. Like, would that ever be a player's comparison?
I don't know. Like I said, nothing matters. And yeah, the
Fab Melo
is the guy.
I didn't compare Baylor to Luka Bailey. Someone else did.
I don't know. We got 1,000 people in here right now, so obviously there's enough interest. and 1,200 combined between the two YouTube channels. Good time to tell anybody here in our who's watching us, if you're new to the Garden Report, and again, I know from the chat many of you are OGs here, but subscribe to CLNS Media, our YouTube, not just for draft coverage, but for any coverage. We are the Garden Report. We do this after every game, but lots of other stuff too. Bobby and Noah have been killing it with talking to draft experts, talking to Celtics players. We have 4 Celtics players right now on our channel. If you want to catch up with Jordan Walsh, Baylor Shireman, Torrey Craig, or Drew Peterson, interviews with them. There could be more to come. You also have Noah's terrific podcast on this channel as well. You Got Boston. She's talking to some of the smartest, most plugged in insiders in and around the NBA. The 2 of them doing plenty of off day coverage here on the Garden Report as well. A host of other great podcasts as well, including stuff you can see from Sherrod and all of that. But again, the Garden Report, oftentimes the main course after games. We're here after every single game. We'll be doing Vegas Summer League coverage. We'll be doing preseason coverage, and we never miss a game. Rain or shine, doesn't matter what time, East Coast, West Coast, we're here. So please subscribe to the channel, like it, share it with your friends, tell everybody about it, turn on your notifications. We are here. Guys, what do you want to do? You want to hang out? Yeah.
I've seen the first assessment of Amari Williams being really good. It's out there already.
Can you guys talk about that while I just make sure my children are alive, and then I'm going to come back?
Sure.
Yes, sir. I have to hop off before 57.
All right.
Before 50. Okay, yeah. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I'll just read this, Noah, because
tell us a little bit about Amari Williams.
I don't really worry about the game too much right now. We can look into that when we actually watch him, because we haven't watched a second of this guy play. But he's from England, as John said, not a basketball hotbed. Mostly played soccer as a kid and was identified quickly for basketball given his size. He played for the Great Britain national program and was seen as a potential NBA player in Britain even at that age. Also played U18, U20, basketball without borders. Chose Drexel over Charleston. Took him a year to get his feet under him, but he emerged as a sophomore. Won Defensive Player of the Year for 3 straight years. First team in his conference. Led Drexel to 20 wins and second place in the conference in his 4th year. Then he transferred to Kentucky and averaged a double-double starting every game for them at center this year. They reached the Sweet 16, losing to Tennessee. This year, 10-8, 3 assists a game. He's known as a passer. 2 turnovers, a block per game. Shot 56 from the field and took a few threes. 62 at the free throw line.
Nick NBA, who does great content breaking down some of these prospects, had him as the best passing big in the draft. So he made a video about that. I just reposted it on Twitter. Tyrese Proctor just selected by the Cavs with the 49th pick. So people that had their eye on him, he's no longer on the board for 57.
57 is going to be someone from Mars.
Yeah. At that point, it's like, the thing I like about that, though, is that those guys are so close to being undrafted that it's like, I kind of like that part of the draft.
So, I mean, we we came a long way from thinking they might be picking number 2. So,
honestly,
I guess
they're going to move up just a little in the first round. So the fact that they've moved down, a couple people asked me like if they're moving in one direction, which way, and I was sure they were going to move up here and try to get some.
I didn't think they were going to yesterday. Once they decided that they made their moves and they were going in a certain direction there, I think it's just take whoever you get at that point. Oh, my God. I'm looking through the draft guide now, and there's someone who played 6 years at the same college.
Oh, wow. Who is it?
Chase Hunter for Clemson. Crazy how long people play in college now. I'm just scrolling through this thing. Caleb Love, recognize him. So, yeah, we'll hang around here for a couple more minutes till John gets back. Noah what is on your to-do list after this?
I just did Bleacher Report, and then I have to write up the 57th pick. So, and then we have Mike. We'll be hearing from Mike Zarren, the assistant general manager of the Celtics, who's kind of been the cap guy for a long time. We're doing a Zoom press conference, so I don't think we can live stream that one, right? But we can.
We are going to try. Oh, no. We'll be off the air. We'll be off the air, so I actually don't think we will. But what are you curious about? I know you said your question will be related to what? You had a question in mind.
I don't know. On one hand, I want to know if there's any sort of perspective that, on the Derek White, Jaylen Brown stuff, I would like to get a temperature check on them right now from Mike. I'm trying to think about how to phrase that. The other thing is just the second apron, Brad Stevens, to your point.
That's what
said,
I was thinking.
Yeah, like what is so punitive about the second apron that made them feel like, okay, we have to get under early in the offseason? Because I'm getting the sense that they kind of rushed to make that transaction, to be in the second apron throughout the offseason. And so that I would love to know if that was a priority to do it sooner rather than later, so that now they can maybe aggregate salaries or do those other things. So I'm sure he won't spill the beans too much on what they're planning, but maybe he'll give us a little bit of a sense of like why it was so punitive.
Yeah, I think that's been the big question over the last couple of days, is why they made the moves they did, why it's important to downsize this year. I think we've all assumed it's just because of the likelihood that they're not going to compete. So why have $200 million in tax? Why have second apron restrictions placed on you, which of course do have a very distant draft pick potential thing attached to it too, but they move with some urgency to get under that line. So I'm curious too, what moves could they not make that they needed to get below that to potentially make now? And the other thing we're looking at tonight as this draft progresses, Sam Hauser is still a Celtic, George Niang still a Celtic as well, Anthony Simons, 3 guys that could potentially get them below the first apron line, which is they're 7 million over right now. That one we haven't talked a lot about. I think you have to be below the first apron line to use trade exceptions, which you've mentioned, Noah, you're not going to probably do. To do a sign and trade, if you're bringing in a player in a sign and trade, you need to be below the first apron. If you want to use the full mid-level exception, you got to be like 14 under the first apron. So that would be like going below the tax, where you'd maybe use that. And then I think that's it for first apron. Yeah. So there's some restrictions there too that they might need to get rid of. The tax is the big thing though. 69 million right now. Are they going to pay that to keep what's on the roster now together? Obviously you have to pay to keep Luke and Horford on the roster at this point. And I wonder, we've just seen so much before we let you go here, Noah. So much pointing toward this being a step back year at this point. What does that make you think about Horford and Kornet's future here?
I think, honestly, I lean right now towards both of those guys being on the roster
Both?
next year. Yeah, but they will have to take pay cuts. So both of those guys are going to have to make a decision if they want money elsewhere. And it'll probably depend on what the state of this roster looks like.
So that's what I'm
but
asking you. Do you think they're going to?
Al, just where he's at in his career and like how much of like a legend he is in Boston, like unless he gets something that's like lucrative and a great fit and he thinks he's going to play and it's a good city for his family, like there's a lot of criteria for him at this point. I don't think he's going to find something that's going to be overall more appealing. Luke, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to pay him, but hey, listen, like if they really view him as a valuable part of moving forward and, they can trade, Simons and offload some of that money and sign Luke for something a little bit more. And like, so I mean, I have a feeling that it's going to work. That's the thing. And like Brad's explicitly saying yesterday that it's like a priority for them to sign those guys. I thought that was one of the most substantive things that he said during his presser yesterday. Like he said a lot of things that were, hard to read. You're reading between the lines, but that was pretty substantive ultimately.
So I want to rattle through the teams here real quick. Who can offer the full mid-level exception to them, which is 13, 14 million? Brooklyn can. They're not going to Brooklyn. Memphis can, but they got some stuff that's floating around there, and I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case once they're done with all that. They're a team to watch, though. They like playing big, ease down to start the year. Not for Horford, but more for Luke. Chicago, probably not for Horford. Luke lived there previously, so maybe I doubt it. Pistons, they have to pay Malik Beasley, so I doubt them. Hawks just got Porzingis. They're not going to sign a center. Spurs, they've always intrigued me slightly, and they had some interest in signing Porzingis or trading for Porzingis, so maybe they'd be a Horford team potentially. Dallas, no. Charlotte, no. Utah, I mean, they already offered Luke, so maybe they'll do it again. Houston, no. Washington, no. Milwaukee, no. Indy, maybe. Probably not for Horford. Golden State for Horford. Lakers,
let me ask you a question. I got to go back to the same question I asked before. Why are you Why are you yesterday? Why are you re-signing Al Horford for next year?
If he wants to come back, you welcome him back.
Why?
Because he's been a staple for your team. You're trying to keep as much continuity together as you can here. Maybe he's ready to go the year after when Tatum's back still.
I mean, what are we doing here? Like we're going to talk about.
I'm not
hanging
saying
on to
sign him for $20 million a year. He's
I'm
probably
saying
back
on a
on the
minimum. I would be stunned if they offered him more than a minimum. And I don't know if that's going to be offensive to him. Obviously, Al is a guy that has
what's good though when you bring him back.
He's a good player.
Why would you offer Al a minimum? It's probably the best minimum.
What good thing happens when Al returns? Like what you're trying to save money.
Yeah, he's a mentor to all the younger guys. He's routinely described as everybody as the voice of leadership in the locker room, the best teammate you could find. I think that I think that you don't want to give away that piece. Forget the on-court contributions. He's still one of the better big men in the league and somebody that is like very, very much a reliable rotation piece. Like I don't want to like retire him just because age-wise he fits, but I think you give him a 2-year minimum. Like if he takes that, that's a great deal for you.
So I mean, who knows, right? You're all of the reasons you mentioned why Al would want to stay makes sense. It's hard to be an NBA player. It's harder to be an NBA player at 39 years old. You have to commit yourself, your mind and your body to a lot to go through these things. Al's going to do it for a team that he knows has no chance to go anywhere for the least amount of money possible, is asking and expecting a lot. So I don't know his mind, but if I had to bet, I would say it's highly unlikely that he would do that. It's more likely, let me see if I can ride off into the sunset with another one. I've won one chip. Let me see if I can get another, and I'm done. I'll be 40, and that's it. Luke seems more realistic because he's super happy. He loves it here, and the fans love him.
And how many starting roles are there for him?
And he's younger, and where else is he going to play these kind of minutes? So honestly, if I had to handicap it, I put Al at 1% chance and Luke at a much, much higher percentage based on the money alone. However, if
it comes
Al
down
is
to the
important
minimum
to you, and if Al's telling you that I'm playing 3 more years and I'm committed and I want to be here when Jason comes back, and you can find a number like 3 and 21 that works, fine. If you trade out and down and get rid of some other pieces, if you can find a way to get off of Niang and find a way, maybe you move on the Simons thing and this and that.
And he's still really good, John.
And you want to keep these guys, that's a different story. But for a year, no way for a minimum deal. I don't know. What is he playing for? Like, I don't know what does he gain by playing for small
Maybe like
money
Noah said, it's 2 years.
One more year with a team that isn't going anywhere. There, I don't see it. So the Al thing seems extremely unrealistic to me, unless he's like, I'm playing forever. And then the equation changes, you know?
I've heard for a long time that the thought process there is I'm playing forever. Like it's not close to decline.
Fine.
He's not close,
I love it.
Yeah. When I talked to his mom earlier in the year from my mom's story, she was like,
that's a good story.
She's not close. He's not close to retiring. And like, I can't even picture what he's going to be like when he's not playing.
That's a different story.
Yeah. So again, he's old, right? But like LeBron's a couple years older and has a much, much heavier load to shoulder. So it comes down to, but I do think he's going to have to take a big pay cut. So, and I don't know. I know that he's always taken big contracts. Obviously, everybody remembers him going to Philadelphia. I could see a world where the minimum is just not on the cards for him. So that's why he would leave, not because they don't want him. It's just I don't think that they're going to offer him a substantial amount.
I would hate losing Al. The value in having Al is tremendous. But if it's 1 year and that's all you're doing, you gain nothing, he gains nothing. So I don't see that. I think you got to really feel that he wants to continue playing and wants to be here for longer, and you work something out that's beyond the minimum. But in order to do that, you need to maneuver some more money around
multiple years, all that. Yeah, I think you make something work there. I think they've wanted to make something work with Luke too. Brad Stevens said as much yesterday. So they can do some navigating and have those guys involved. And again, you have nothing at center right now. I don't think you're going into next year trying to compete for a championship, but you still want the functions of a team to where you have someone competent at center. You have pieces that can actually go out there and play games and compete every night. Like even with this ownership group too, I don't think they're going to want to come in year one and be like, all right, here we go. It's the tank show, and just signal that out to everybody who's involved here. I think that's demoralizing for some players involved as well. I think it puts them in a tough position to succeed and fit into something. Joe, Like we already know it's going to be a challenging year for him. Not that that's super important, but I think that they're going to start the year with something that looks like it could compete. And having Horford and Luke ideally both involved in that is important here. But interesting as we head toward the finish line here that they weren't able to figure something out as of now to move off another contract, which there's no rush to do, but probably they're going to have to do, I'd imagine, Noah, to get some of this stuff done.
Yeah, I think Simons would be the piece to clear some additional money here, because I don't think necessarily that he's a player that they selected because they view him as a part of the future. But he is somebody that has value and is
How about
on.
Niang?
I don't know. Niang is just like, I don't know that there's going to be much of a market for him, and he's actually, I can believe that he's almost a 40% career 3-point shooter. Like that's
really
not
good.
Yeah, he's a really good shooter, and so. On that deal, what is he making? $8 million this year?
Yep.
Is that his contract? Like, that's not a bad expiring.
It's an expiring too.
Was Tanji one of your guys?
No.
I don't know. Bobby's
get
saying
picked?
weird work. Yeah, he got picked. 53. Bobby
Those
said
weren't
a lot
my.
of
Those are
stuff.
just guys who were available.
Okay.
The guys we've been talking about have been long gone.
Yeah,
I will say though, I
Yeah.
have never seen Celtics fans collectively hate somebody the way that they're talking about Georges Niang right now. Like I know he grabbed Jalen's leg in that Game 7 against Philadelphia. I think that's where most of the animosity starts from. Do you remember that clip where he's sitting on the bench and he grabs his leg? But I looked through his Instagram profile. Oh my God, all of the comments on all of his photos are Celtics fans being like, "We don't want you in Boston." Imagine getting traded and that's your warm welcome.
Well,
Like
he can cozy up to Jaylen Brown, who nobody wanted here either, and it worked out well for him. So people forget quickly if you do anything good.
I hope that So
once he has his first 5-3
and
game,
he's from Lawrence, right? Isn't he from Lawrence, Mass?
Lawrence,
he's a Massachusetts guy. I mean, talk to Brad Marchand. You can smooth out anything if you go somewhere and you contribute, and people can work stuff out. But I mean, it's less Niang and it's more the idea of him, that
he wasn't
that's what we got. Like, this.
It also doesn't seem like he fits into what they're doing. Like, Hauser's still here and he'll play that role. Maybe Hauser's gone soon. I don't know what they're doing right now. Obviously, they have to subtract something. Like you said, no, it could be Simons and multiple players coming back that they can actually fill rotation roles. But this thing isn't looking great for next year, and we knew that was going to be the case. We knew that we wanted them to hold on to Brown and White, and that it was going to be difficult to do anything else around those guys if you were keeping them. So that'll continue to be a question. It's not a decision we want them to make hastily, so I don't mind them being patient with it, but we're going to keep asking those questions of how you actually put a roster together around Tatum, Brown, and White once Tatum comes back, because it's not going to be the 46th and 57th pick in this draft.
Couple pieces of Amari Williams scouting, and I know Noah's got to scoot for a little bit here coming up, so Noah, just dip out whenever you have to. This from Jeremy Wu from ESPN. Celtics acquired this pick as part of their trade package from Orlando. Yada, yada. Caught the NBA's attention after transferring to Kentucky for his final year of college after 4 years at Drexel. With an excellent frame and solid passing skills, make him somewhat unorthodox developmental flyer for the Celtics on a 2-way contract. And then
that's interesting.
Here over on ESPN. Williams might not be adept at making quick rotations as a rim protector or flipping his hips on the perimeter, but he has excellent physical tools and ranked among the best rebounders in the country in his lone season at Kentucky. Combine that with his agility as a trigger man in handoffs and his ability to play above the rim on the move, and he's an interesting situational fit for some teams. So that's that. And then KOC, Amari Williams is a nice choice for the Celtics, a big man who can really pass it. Good connective piece that makes sense in Boston's system. And it is funny when you talk about a guy playing in a system when it's likely that he's never going to play. But whatever it is, what it is. John Zannis and Bobby Manning here holding down the fort. We are well into, I should say, hour 3 of our draft coverage. Celtics are a few picks away here from making their second and final selection of the second round after trading down and out from pick 32. And they got scooped. They had a guy reportedly that they wanted. And Phoenix traded up ahead. for Rasheer Fleming, who's going to be a future All-Star. And the Celtics missed out on that. They traded down from 32 to acquire extra second-round picks both this year and in the future, picks 47 and
Well, it
was
is
it
interesting
47?
they pick a center, right? Because we're talking Reynaud, we're talking Kalkbrenner. Are they like, okay, this guy's good enough as a developmental center, and they didn't think those guys were going to be able to step into roles now or
Yeah.
grow into roles that are good enough to actually help them when the time comes?
Again-
Those would be interesting questions, but I don't know. Did he get a ton of value here to move back this far? Not really. You probably just didn't love what was there at that point.
Yeah, who knows? Again, that's how it is. In
And
all
this guy's
sports.
taking a two-way, as Wu said, so you're not signing
Yeah.
him to an actual contract.
There's money, no real contracts, the money considerations here. You never know what the motivation is, but typically when you move out, and choose not to pick a player, it's because you think everybody sucks at that point, or everybody's the same, and you're getting the same player at 46 that you are at 33. And of course, cash considerations can come into play as well here. We're going to throw up a couple more super chats here that came in. Here, wasn't Isaiah Thomas the last pick? Yeah. Again, there are absolutely cases of finding diamonds in the rough in the second round, late in the second round, undrafted. Absolutely. Pick 55 now. The Celtics, I believe, are at 57, so we should be up with their pick shortly. Dirk throwing down his customary 11-11. Feels like every year on draft days, someone sneaks an extra shot of caffeine into Zannis coffee. Whoever you are, this money can go to you for this public service.
I know you're pretty alert and active for 10 in the second round.
It's just fun. And like I said, this is kind of silly season stuff. None of us know a great deal about a lot of these players here. So we're going on, the scouting reports.
I just got a
of the people,
tweet.
yeah, who did a lot of the work. And so we read up what the people who are doing the work say and base a lot of our opinions and our judgment off of that. But so much of it comes down to strategy and what the Celtics are trying to do and trying to kind of read between the lines and see what the plan is here, because we really don't fully know in the first year of this kind of retool, rebuild situation with new owners and a new world order and the second apron kind of kicking them in the ass, and everything's coming at us really fast here, and we're all trying to make sense of it together. What's up, Bobby?
So a lot of positive tweets flying around about Amari Williams. We just got one from Nick NBA, who I assume is watching. He tweeted me and Noah. Said he's watched a lot of Williams and he's the best passing big in this cycle. Really similar to Luke. I love how Luke's now
a
comparison now. Everyone wants to be Luke. Who was just saying they want to be Derek White again? There's like the fifth person who said they wants to be Derek White recently. So he's become a big comp. But now Luke is joining him as the guy you want to be compared to. Luke is now the model for you come into the league and you change your game and you find a really good role on a team. Like that is the Cornette contest, the Luke comparison. There's just a lot of stuff. The teammate, maybe they'll call it the Luke Cornette Teammate of the Year award or whatever they have there. So
I need a shot of caffeine to keep going. Bobby just needs someone to say something nice about Luke, and bang, you get another hour. You get another hour out of him.
Oh man.
By the way, Bobby, I'm not kidding. I freaking love passing bigs. I think it opens up your offense in such a way. I've always been.
I think everyone's looking for one. Hanson Yang went 16th because of his passing.
You like Sabonis. His dad was friggin' unbelievable. Vlade Divac.
I love Sabonis.
Was an incredible passing big. I love Bill Walton. Obviously, when he first came here, every single play. Huh?
Remember Rob's
passing? And Rob, was Rob a good passer. That ball, one of Rob's passes. You want to give me a shot of caffeine? One of Rob's greatest strengths wasn't just his vision; it was how quickly he could get the ball out of his hand. Rob would catch a pass and immediately deliver a great pass to someone else. He had a really quick brain. He could really see the floor well. He was, again, really sad that his career fell apart. I don't care where it was. I wanted good things for Rob. I do feel terrible because he was awesome. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm sold on him. Yeah.
Why not? Can Jimmy get on the all good tape
Yes,
right
that's
now?
exactly
Amari?
it. Rob was one of the fastest passers. He would get it and it was gone. He made such quick decisions and good reads and accurate passes. He was a really, really, really good passer. Yeah. Anyway, I love passing bigs. Love it. Shout out Time Lord. I still want him to
Yeah,
get a
I'm
ring.
watching a little bit of him right now. Williams pushing the ball. I remember, unfortunately, I think Ahmed and I were talking
Nebhart,
about this the other day.
55. Let's go. Oh no, we're at 56.
Ryan Nemhard. I like him a
That's
lot.
good.
I think he's a little underrated, given that he's going 40-something here. Are we into the 50s yet? Please tell me we are.
So Mike's going to speak at the conclusion of the draft. They'll send further update 10 minutes prior. They sent that.
Oh, we're well into the 50s now. We're going to get there. What are they picking? 57th?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get there.
We're getting there. Tuhi, John, Tanji. Am I caught up here? Or have there been more picks since then?
We're a little bit behind, I believe. It's on pick 55 right now.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
I believe. I don't know who went 54.
54 was, I don't know. Should be on the Twitter log here somewhere. Or people just giving up on breaking stuff now.
Everyone's taking bathroom breaks.
This is where you get the commercials. When guys are getting picked.
Pacers took, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it looks like Talon Peter.
Okay.
Taelon.
I'm sure he was the best available. Let's see. I mean, this is what it looks like when everyone goes back to college.
How are the
Lord.
Pacers not drafting Nebhart here? What the hell are they doing?
So Nemhart still isn't gone?
I don't think so.
Let me look. That would be a no-brainer, I would think. Although they took my guy there, Cam Jones. But still.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Nemhard go. Maybe oh no, you said they took what's his name, right?
Yeah. Peter, I don't know anything about him.
Peter.
Played at Liberty last year. Shooter, 45%.
Liberty
shooter from
basketball. Talon Peter. Okay.
Yep.
I haven't heard too much about Liberty basketball.
No. You could have told me they didn't have a team. Yeah, Nebhart is still available. That'll be fun. At least it's a name we know. Let's do it.
Yeah. Why not? His brother killed the Celtics that year. He turned into Michael effing Jordan.
I would say I was as impressed by him this postseason run as any player out there, and mainly because he did seemingly the impossible and just stayed.
So Ahmed
stayed glued to SGA for an entire series. It was unbelievable.
He was awesome. And the way he lit the Celtics up from three and inside, it was unreal. The East Finals that year.
He can at any point in time turn into like the best player in the it's unreal. That he can find.
That should keep Pacers fans hopeful.
Particularly in the playoffs where it matters most. He plays a different game altogether. He was unreal.
So I'll ask you this, and real quick, Ahmed was saying Travion Williams the other day, which is funny because I feel like this is the next Travion Williams, the summer league passing star, big man.
Yeah.
I was doing backflips over him that year, but Indiana, John, I feel like we haven't gotten your thought yet. Losing the finals and losing Halliburton for you, they just got the Tatum thing happen to them. Are they going to be a player now?
Olbrick from Australia goes here to the Lakers. Anyway,
So
go ahead.
Celtics are on the clock. I want your thoughts on the Halliburton and Achilles tear.
I say this with all seriousness. I felt it about to happen at the moment that it happened. It was the weirdest thing. And then I just felt sick to my stomach. When he was running around trying to get free there, I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Something freaked me out about it. And just, God, the whole thing, the way he started and just launching those three, heat check threes. And I was like, oh my God, something's happening here. This is going to be great. It just, something felt ominous about it. The whole time,
I was
every
scared
minute
going into Game 6.
Every minute that he played, I thought for sure. I was like, he's tearing his Achilles for sure. I was like, I know what these guys are doing, and I know you've only got one shot at the finals. As much as I say, like, you commend the battle and the the decision to do, to play and to risk it all, I don't think it's worth it. I don't. Like, you're messing with
Really?
your career. Yeah, and not only that, like, you're messing with the long-term health of the organization. He's out a year now, and who knows who he's going to be when he comes back. If that's the one injury I wouldn't mess with at all. I really wouldn't. You're Jaylen Brown, you're playing through what you're playing through. Sure, fine. In the playoffs alone, that is what it's going to be. That made me sick. I don't think I would do it. I don't think I would do it with Halliburton. I felt the same thing, Bobby. I was like, in Game 6, every time he moved, I was like, and he got away with it, and then I just felt it was going to happen, and it happened. It was just gross. I felt awful, and then it took everything off of a great final series. You wish you could just pause and do it all over again and let him play the full game and just see what happened. It sucked.
I think going into Game 6 after the injury in Game 5, because he was questionable, right? I texted Noah and was like, I'm worried about him going into this game. And he was fine. He played it 24 minutes. He wasn't great, but he got through it, and they won that game by 1 million. So I didn't go into Game 7 nervous because he got through. And then he hits the 3 threes, right? Like you said, and it's like, okay, he's fine. And he wasn't. And it's a massive risk. Every time you hear calf, you think about it now because of that. And 8 tears this year. 3 for that team, by the way. James Wiseman started the year.
Wiseman right out of the gate. Yeah.
Isaiah Jackson. So they lost all their centers right away, and then they still made the finals and almost won.
Are we on the clock?
They're on the clock.
Celtics are.
So what do we got now? Let's read some names.
I'm being told
Eric
no.
Dixon.
We're
Did
at
they
56
trade?
still. No, they're at 56 still. Trade to what? There's nowhere left to go.
Oh, the Grizzlies are up. Who said trade? Did I say trade?
No, they didn't trade.
Oh, the chat. Eric Dixon, Vladislav Golden, Victor Larkin, Dink Pate still available. Hunter Salas, RJ Lewis, Nemhard, Chucky Hepburn, Mark Sears.
I will say, Bobby, to continue on the Achilles thing, I'm one of those olds that actually is pro load management. I think it's funny that most people complain that the season is too long, and it is too long. I just think that the level, the way this game is played, in the pace and space style, and the physical toll that it takes, and the level of athlete that's playing in this game, and how strong and how big their muscles are, and how much they're putting on their joints, and all, and their tendons and their ligaments, and cutting and jumping and landing. I do not want my stars playing more than 65 games in a year. I don't. I really want to minimize impact on them. I don't want to see it. I know everybody's like, you get paid, you should play. I think it's insane. You're seeing this stuff. Like,
well, when you're seeing this stuff, they have to make some adjustments in terms of the way games are spread out. I know you don't want to change the amount of games, but I mean, every year I'm like, oh my God, they're playing 3 games in 4 nights this week. And it's tough for us.
And the USA basketball coming off the finals, it's too much fucking basketball, man.
Well,
like,
I said this.
And this is another thing. I wouldn't do that either. Like, I really wouldn't want to be playing it. Like, everyone's like, oh, you don't want to play for your country? Like, I do, but like, I can't play this much. Like, it's my life. It's my livelihood. I don't want to do, I hate it. Warriors traded up 56 to take Will Richards. So whoever you want, Celtics are on the clock. It didn't matter. Yeah.
Ooh, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
There's a Spanish guy named Eisen Almanza. He's a center, though.
Just take Dink. Let's end this. Let's have some fun.
So I'll throw out 2 names because they worked them out. Jackson Robinson, Kentucky. Clifford Amarui, Alabama. Since those guys are in the building, I'm guessing it's one of those 2. But let's see.
Okay.
Nemhard, at least give us Nemhard, because it'll give us something to talk about for 5 more minutes.
We just need to stretch it.
Okay, let's see. This is where the picture just fly off the board, like in the fantasy draft, John.
Yeah.
When you get later and we put the timer down to like 10 seconds because everyone just wants to finish it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh man, I was saying this to Noah when you dropped out. We went from thinking the Celtics might be picking 2 yesterday to awaiting the 57th.
It's pretty sad.
Oh my God. We thought we were going to be off after 2 tonight and then on with our night.
What's going to be
Let's
funny when
see.
we find out that Golden State jumped up because the Celtics were going to take the guy that they took, and then I'm going to lose my shit.
Oh my God. They wanted
The
what's his name?
Celtics got jumped twice.
This is the next Jokic. Will Richard from Florida. Oh, he played on Florida. All right. Let's see. Is it in yet?
No.
Someone just said great get for Golden State. Uh-oh.
I'm amazed how many people are still hanging out in here too, because this is funny.
So Kings got right now.
Thank you to everybody who's been watching along with us for real. You know,
Hornets got Kalkbrenner.
Celtics
might be.
Max Shulga.
Interesting.
Interesting in that this is the first time you've ever heard that name.
Yeah. It's like Anton Watson last year.
Because that's what I find interesting about it.
We thought it was going to be Maxime Reynaud, but no,
Max-
they got Max
Shulga.
Shulga?
Yeah, best
So
rank 46th.
He's
worst
47th on the
not
board I'm looking at. That's not
dead
bad.
eye catch and shoot 3. 43.4% on catch and shoot threes.
So I feel like I've heard of this guy.
Crafty scorer, elite change of pace, jab steps, high level touch, creativity at the rim. This sounds like the best player in the draft. Smart and selfish playmaker.
So he went to
Off-ball mover with purpose, attacks, closeouts, high feel on defense, willing on-ball defender, underrated rebounder. Weaknesses: lacks vertical pop and burst, limits finishing ceiling, struggles to finish through contact. Pull-up shooting is streaky, inconsistent handle. Doesn't create advanced passing reads, below average lateral quickness. So seems like not a terrific athlete, is what we're trying to say here.
Yeah, I was wondering why I might have heard of him. He played with Nemesh Keita at Utah State for at least a year.
VCU.
So they overlap. Yeah, he was at Utah State for 3 years and went to VCU. So he's a 5-year guy. From Ukraine. I think you mentioned that.
Yep.
It definitely seems like there's some shooting potential here. And we said that was a need. Again, there's a flyer. So
yeah, he just turned 23 yesterday, so an older player.
That was so funny. The scouting report really is pretty awesome. He flies around screens, 4 assists, 17 turnovers.
He's freaking awesome.
Not just a shooter, comfortable off the bounce, tight handle. I mean, this guy should have won in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good.
40%
Taylor.
from 3.
Adam Taylor wrote him up for Celtics Wire a couple of days ago as a potential target for the Celtics. And that was thinking they were picking at 32. So 15 points a game, 5.9 rebounds, 4 assists in 35 games, 39% three-point shooter.
He's 40 for his career on 400 threes.
Yeah.
So not a big mover. A little bit of a slow release, I guess, but some versatility. And I don't know, is this a guy competing for a two-way? They might be out of two ways. Is Drew Peterson back? I don't know, but there you have it, Max Shulga.
What else do we have to say about that?
Quite similar to Sam Merrill. That's a comparison that gets made a lot too. Small shooter who finds his way in the league. How tall is this guy?
Yeah.
6'4". He's on the shorter side. So there you have it. Summer League. You gonna send me to Vegas for 2 weeks, John, for Shulga and Williams?
Oh my God. Is
We're not even getting
Hugo's playing or not?
Hugo's not playing, I don't think, but it's
What?
TBD. You didn't hear that
Why?
last night from Brad?
Maybe.
Their season ended yesterday,
And
so they don't
Is
want
he
to play.
tired?
Yeah, I guess he's tired. I mean, if he really wants to play, I don't know if you stop him.
Bobby,
But
I'm just going off screen for one.
so I was saying this earlier, and like I was mentioning, Hugo Gonzalez might not play summer league because of the and there's Shulga. Hugo Gonzalez might not play summer league because of the season just wrapping up. He hasn't played since late May, so maybe that won't be the case, but probably unlikely we see Gonzalez in Vegas, at least for very long. Maybe he'll play a game, but he might play in Eurobasket, which gives us something to watch in August if he plays for Spain in that. So that starts in late August, goes through early September. I'd rather watch Gonzalez in that than Summer League, which I don't always think means a ton.
It's a
So
much
if
better indicator of what he can do. If he's playing in
Right.
that level of competition, you're going to see him playing real ball against real players. Vegas is a joke.
Yeah, Vegas is just a scrimmage. So I'd rather see him there if it's going to be either or. And I'm sure, like you said earlier, John, guys want to play for their country. So I'm sure that's important to him. So I'm going to check in on what his plans are over the next couple of days. That's the guy we're looking at here. Shulga will compete for a training camp spot. It looks like Williams is a two-way coming in. I'm sure they'll sign another undrafted guy tonight. And we will hear from Zarren shortly on what they are doing here in Boston, because it doesn't look like they're trying to compete. So we got a clear. I said it yesterday, John. We got a clear direction from that Gonzalez pick that they are just taking a step back next year and they're going to figure it all out.
Again, I don't
later.
think that's the indicator. I think every other thing is the indicator, but that's just me.
Yeah, no, we already knew that stuff. But once they start doing all this stuff, you're really like, all right, what's next? And what is next, John? Are we going to see a Hauser trade? Are we going to see just a small salary dump?
That's the biggest.
I
That's
think
the
what's
biggest
clear
question.
is that Hauser price hasn't been met either.
The biggest question is this, Bobby. We don't know if there's a Hauser price. We don't know if second April. These are all the questions. We're not going to get these answers out of Zarren or Brad. But the questions I'm going to list them all. Again, how low do you go? How low did the owners tell you to go? How much of it is Brad recognizing I want to clear it down to zero because I do want to load up for later? How much care do they have at all in re-signing Horford or Al, or are they just going to kind of go with whatever they can do and that's it? So we don't know that either. We don't know if the owners have told them we need you to keep shedding, and that's their plan, and that they're going to keep going. We don't know whether they want to keep Simons or Nyang or Hauser. What I do, the only thing I think we do know is they absolutely wanted to hold on to Brown and White, at least for this year. And then they can reassess what they want to do next offseason if they feel like they need to take another step back in order to clear the deck with more space and try to amass more assets, or hope that they can put themselves in a position where they can start to retool and reload a little bit on the fly, playing around those guys, let it happen organically, and who knows. But really the most interesting thing is, which direction do they go now? Are they trying to get players and move forward, or are they trying to continue to cut costs right now? I don't know.
I assume we're going to see more cost cutting just based off.
Like I said,
commentary last night.
I feel pretty solid that they will find a way to get off of Nyang's salary completely. I don't think he plays a second here. And I don't know about Simons either. I'd put that at less than 50-50.
So the Celtics have officially, oh wait, never mind. I misread that. But the expectation is Williams is going to play on a two-way, it appears.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I expect more salary reduction here. I think Noah's on point with maybe doing so creatively to bring back some players that can fill different needs for you. The center thing's going to be so interesting, John, because as we talked about earlier, I think so much of Horford's intention on returning and Cornette's willingness to not explore his market in full related to this team's ability to compete. And that might be out the window right now. So
at this
Cornette,
moment in time, Bobby, your starting lineup at right now is Derek White, probably
Pritchard.
let's say Simons over Pritchard, just theoretically, if you want to leave Pritchard on the bench. Let's just say Simons over Pritchard. Jaylen Brown, George Niang, and Namish Keita. That's your current starting. That's your starting NBA lineup, which we think is going to win 40 games.
The center thing's a puzzling.
That's your starting
takeaway
lineup.
from the night.
And then coming off the bench is Pritchard, Walsh, Shireman. I mean, put it on paper.
Yeah.
This is a potential. I know the East is bad. Your hope.
Losing Tatum hurts. No, it makes sense why they're going in this direction. You missed Hauser, by the way. He's still here, but
I know people keep saying this. Guys, I'm sorry. Where are the other players coming from? You have to get rid of some of these guys to get others. You
that's the
can't
thing.
get other players. You've got to trade either Hauser or Simons to get a center. That's how it works. Best
Then you're
case,
thin at guard.
Luke takes the minimum, and he's your starting center. So your starting lineup is Luke. Who knows what at the 4? Maybe you go really
Horford.
small, and maybe it's JB takes on the 4 with Hauser as your 3, and then two of the guards. That's your best case starting lineup. Their best case starting lineup, right?
Yeah, and listen, you're gonna keep.
I think that's actually probably what you're gonna do. You would go with 2 small forwards. You would go with Hauser and Brown, 2 guards. Let one of them come in off the bench as your scoring one with like a Luke at a center. That's it. That's your lineup. But the bench is right now 20 plus minutes of Walsh and Shireman each coming off the bench.
In the
That's
Yang.
a fact. And Yang, that's your bench. That's your rotation right now.
Yeah, it's incomplete, but we'll see what ends up happening with the centers. If you're losing both of those centers just because of the roster situation here, your financials, you're about to be in some big trouble. And that's where you make some difficult decisions, I think, beyond this. And those might be inevitable anyway because of where they're at. So I have said all I have to say, John. We did 3 hours on Dink Pate and Williams and Shulga. So I think we can I think we can call this thing. It's not looking good. And now all eyes are on free agency on Monday, 6 o'clock. I think negotiations can start and those agreements can come in. I'll say this. I think they'll make a competitive offer to Luke Cornette that at least puts them within range of trying to keep him while shuffling some other things around on the roster to make that possible. I think Horford, as Noah said earlier, may be welcome back on a 2-year minimum. If he wants to move on to another situation and compete for a championship, I don't think anyone would knock him at that point. But both those guys are welcome. Both those guys are parts of this team when Tatum comes back. And next year is going to be rough. We knew that.
Guys, it's
Tatum's
not
back
Tatum is 20 wins. It's Tatum and Kristaps and Holiday and Al.
Well, I'll say this, John.
It's 4 of your best 6 players. They're not here, guys. They're not here.
I'll say this.
And you already did not have you had a bench that could support a lineup that had 6 starting borderline all-star caliber players. You don't have a bench that could be a starting lineup with the deep bench to come in and support them. That's the problem. It's, everyone's punching above their weight class at this point. Like, you're asking more from people. Pritchard is a phenomenal sixth man. Hauser was good off the bench coming in and draining threes. Are you getting 35 minutes a game, 40 minutes? I don't know. Anyway,
I'll say this. Next year is going to be rough. The year after, you do have a little more flexibility, expiring contracts coming off the books.
Yeah.
And Tatum, Brown, White, and
Len, it's 4 because Al's
maybe
not under
Luke.
contract. It's 4 players right now. Al's not under contract. Anyway.
So we'll see what happens there next. Again, I think there's some hope for next summer when Tatum's back of making some stuff work. And just compare it to the other situations around the league. Oklahoma City is the only team in a great spot with all this stuff right now, and their time will come too. You're just trying to put yourself in position to where you can maximize on that when it's your time to take on some of the stuff that other teams are going to have to lose here. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a process here. It might still involve moving a Brown or White down the line, but I think Monday you're going to get some answers on whether this team can be competitive or not next year. And if you do have some offers later of things that can set you up for better position long-term, like Brad said, asset accumulation and creating that flexibility for the future, you're probably going to have to continue to explore that stuff here. So I will not slam the door on any route being taken at some point down the line here. But for now, it does appear no one's met their Hauser threshold. As much as they explored it, no one met the price that they were looking for White or Brown. You don't want to just give those guys away to try to tank. So you can hold the line for a little bit now because you're below that second apron line. The tax number is reasonable at this point. And just see what some of these young guys have stepping up in the bigger roles next to the veterans to start the year at this point. So
yeah,
it's an incomplete roster, John. You're totally right. And if those two centers decide they want to go to some better situations, you might have to make some more tough decisions in short order here. So next up, Monday, free agency, 6 p.m. And
so we'll do a show we'll do a show in and around that. Try to kind of preview what's going on here. But again, the Celtics really honestly can't be active, but they can lose players. And so that's always the fear, is that Al Horford disappears at 6:01 on Monday. And then there's that. And so it sucks. I don't know how much you need Al for next year, but it will hurt.
I've been encouraged by Al's potential return. I haven't heard anything on Luke. Just, there was a report today that he could get 10 million open market. One evaluator
How's that
thought.
possible? You haven't heard anything, Bobby. What have you been doing with the last couple of years of your life? I feel like you've wasted it.
It feels like it, yeah. No, we'll see. But we'll go down that path next year because I do want to see what the actual market looks like for him. Because we can say 18 million for Horford all day long.
Who will suffer more? You
next
for
year,
losing Luke, or me for you for losing Luke, or me for losing Rob? Who?
I don't even think I'm going to be able to appear on the show Monday. I'll be here, right? I'll be reacting in real time if it happens. That'll happen quick, right? He'll be one of the bigger free agents in this class.
Yeah.
So he's either coming back quickly or he's moving on quickly there. The Horford thing, I'm sure, is probably a wait and see thing because that's a much bigger decision for him. But I'm pretty convinced at this point that he's going to play next season. So things have changed here over the last couple of days, the last week. I think that factors into decisions like those.
Yeah.
So
real quick, I want to let people know, because some people are taking off. Our hope, we don't know if it's feasible. We're going to try to pipe in the Mike Zarren press conference with
you want to take this to a 4th hour, John? All right.
I'm not. You can duck out. I might sit here and babysit the press conference, and you can jump in on the back end.
Yeah.
Jump in on the back end if he says anything.
Do we have a time for that yet?
No. It's supposed to be right after the draft, and the draft's over. So we'll see it. And Bobby, you can duck out, but I'm going to try to pipe it into this show and let everybody watch and hang out. I might comment in and out, while it's going on. But it's kind of a cool insight. Fans don't necessarily have access to this kind of thing. Obviously, they can see it when we put out clips after the fact. But I am going to try to put it in there and see if you guys can rattle his cage a little bit and see what's going on. behind the scenes and how things went down. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So the draft's over, so I'll jump over that now, and looks
Yeah,
like
hang
it's
hang until we see him pop onto the screen because
okay.
yeah, I'm throwing it out there. This is fucking the coolest freaking after party in town. Let's go, guys. Password, password trade Jalen. That's how you enter.
Is that where you're at still?
Look, yes, but again, people are misreading my reasoning for why. It's on it, and I'll put it this way: I'm agnostic. It's trade a max player, and it's not because they're not great players, and not because I have anything against. Though I do think I've always thought Jalen's value is slightly overstated by Celtics fans. He's still a great player, and the reality is you're likely not to be able to find a player as good as him with whatever you get back. But I've always thought you could recreate him in the aggregate if you had one team that was willing to give you ascending players. And I do think that you need assets. I think everyone is a little slow to react to the reality of the new CBA and just how prohibitive the two Supermax players is to franchise building. And because you could do it if currently you had younger players who had not even hit rookie extensions or are about to hit rookie extensions coming up the pipeline, because they would eventually potentially replace those guys as they got closer to the end of those deals, or they would supplement them now more cheaply. But you don't have that. So you don't have enough of a supporting cast, and all you can do is go sign expensive veterans or trade for expensive veterans, which you can't do. So it's just a math equation that I think that the Celtics are coming out on the wrong side of. That's it. That's it. So I think it's real. I'm sorry, and everyone's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. But that's how I view it.
They've lost a lot at this point, and they haven't gotten a ton back. We'll see where all that stuff goes, but less and less it looks like this roster is going to be able to sustain around Brown and Tatum, and that was always the trouble. One of the first things I read when this offseason started is, Bernardoni was pretty good with the cap, wrote a big piece about what it's going to look like navigating this second apron and tax stuff, and he was pretty clear that he didn't think you could build a team around Brown and Tatum. That unless you got really lucky, Bernardoni, who's always covered the cap pretty well.
You can't, and he's a very realistic guy. This is a guy who's very a positive Celtics fan, but he's been reading this situation extremely well. And you actually can't do it. It's such a tight, you could have had you drafted and developed along the way. If Neesmith and Romeo were Maxey and whomever, yes, you could have. You would have had supporting players alongside them, so you wouldn't have needed to go trade for Holiday and guys like that. But you had to go trade for Holiday and Porzingis because you didn't have those guys, and that's what killed you. You had no roster around them, and you were never going to be able to afford it. And so, yes, I think he's right on point.
Yeah, so you don't have to make that decision immediately. I think we all assumed when they signed that contract that it wasn't going to be that one that they reached the end of, and that was before all this stuff happened. So I like the idea of holding on to him until you get something that's worthwhile, but it does feel like you'll eventually go down that road there, particularly because of the fact that if you're going to build around Tatum, a guy like White's important to that. It's important to have some infrastructure remaining when Tatum gets back eventually. You even mentioned the other day too, John, like you should explore every avenue, like, what Tatum's value is, what Brown's value is, what White's is. Like, you're just going to need a lot of different options here. And that to me was where that White-Brown stuff came from, the reports, is that you didn't know if you were trading Holiday. You didn't know if you were trading Porzingis easily. You were exploring that stuff, but you also had to explore the potential that you move on from one of the other guys and try to get as much back as you can there. Unfortunately, again, I'm not doing backflips over it, but it was a good first step that you didn't have to give up future assets to move up.
I love it, Jake.
And Holiday.
Jake's going to keep the party going. He's going to keep the optimism riding. Noah threw out something here on Shulga. I'm trying to get it out there. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I thought I had something from Noah here.
Did Noah do the thing? Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Oh, Noah, how dare you? She's messing with
She
me.
got you.
She got me.
Hey,
You
you were
know?
impressed by the scouting report.
I was. Are you kidding? It kept getting better. Each line was better than the last. You know, I'm really liking this guy. So funny. Oh, man. We have fun here. I think we're
Yeah.
having fun.
We've tried.
We've tried. Amit, I'm going to let you make the call. Do you think we could do this? You think we'll be able to do it? And do we have any indication of how soon Zarren's going to talk? Because I would like to get it out to the viewers. I think it'd be cool. Are we having fun yet? Anybody who likes comedy and hasn't seen Party Down seasons 1 and 2 from the original run, and then the third one that they did and resurrected the show, freaking great comedy.
Let's
Go
try.
watch
I
it.
mean, they might be signing some other guys potentially here, but or maybe not. I don't think they have the room to even do that. So yeah, I think he should be talking soon. But while we wait, I'll do the Shulga report here that I have in front of me, John.
Oh, good,
I know
good,
you read
good.
one.
Are you going to
So-
share screen? Because that's fun.
No, I'll just read it. Grew up in Kiev, lived there until he was 13 when he moved to Spain to further his basketball development. He lived just outside of Madrid. I wonder if he knows Hugo Gonzalez. Shulga was found by colleges while playing at youth level events in Europe for the Ukraine national team. Played U18 in their B division, averaged 13, 7, and 3, 53% from 3. He led his league in scoring in Spain. And then Utah State recruited him, where he played with, as I mentioned earlier, Keita. Didn't play much. A little bit sophomore year. Started as a junior, averaged 11 shot well from distance, helped Utah State make the NCAA tournament, and then followed his head coach to VCU. Almost went to Villanova, but decided to go back to VCU for a second year. And then boom, draft. So 6'4", 6'5" wingspan, good athlete. 40% from 3 on 400 threes. 43% off the catch and shoot 3 after 42% the season before. So the shooting's there. Feels automatic when he gets a clean look directly off the catch.
Bobby, can I ask you a question? Who's our
up?
third center?
They have 0 centers.
But you
I
can't
said
go
that
into
earlier.
the season. You can't go into the season without a third center.
No.
I do
Luke
want to
might be
point
the
this out.
first.
Throwing up this comment from Andrew. So our drafting is caught up to us. I don't think that's I don't think that's fully true. I do think the miss/lack of development on Romeo and then Neesmith hurt. But again, there's no sure things at 14 either, but it would have been nice to hit there. That would have given them, that would have changed their trajectory because it wouldn't have necessitated some of the trades that they made. Neesmith for Brogdon, and then ultimately flipping those, Brogdon on, and into Porzingis, and then getting Holiday and all of that stuff, and putting you in a position where you had to pay as much as you had to pay and pay so deeply into the tax, and then have to blow it apart with really no way out there. But I don't think the draft outside of those, I don't think anything over the last few years can count against you because you're drafting so low and or you shipped off picks for better players. Like there's nothing they've done poorly in the Brad Stevens era in terms of drafting, I would say.
No, they haven't needed a draft.
They just haven't needed to, and they haven't been able to.
Listen, they made some moves that put them in a tough spot now because of where they're at with the new rules and the Tatum injury, but you kind of anticipated that stuff when they made those moves. And those moves were great. I love the aggressiveness with the draft picks, and frankly, they weren't that aggressive. There's still a lot in place here. There's teams like the Clippers who are still paying for Paul George and other moves like that. I don't think they've done a bad job with the draft situation here. the mistakes they made back then with Romeo Neesmith and all that, they pivoted pretty quickly once Brad took over toward getting the veterans that they needed. And yes, they're paying for that now, John, especially extending all of them.
Yep,
But it did get you a championship. And I think a lot of people are going to hold on to that for a long time. You remember how long 2008 lasted, that people held on to that. So that's going to give people some solace next year, I think, because this will be challenging.
I forgot Tillman. Tillman's your starting center next year. Oh my God, that hurt. That hurt to say.
We need to regain flexibility.
Is this press conference? Is there concern about this press conference after how the last week went? I don't know what's going on here, but
Luke, Luke, I've never needed Luke Cornett so badly as I do this year.
I mean, can you imagine what the morale is going to be on Monday if they lose him on this show?
For real, like that. So on a sentimental, personal level, because like I said, when I talk about this, I'm literally just looking at wins, losses, and this and that. I try to not be emotional, trying to assess like what I want to see happen versus what I think needs to happen. But on a personal level, losing people like Holiday and Kristaps were great Celtics, and they were so good. They were such pros. Kristaps, just the way the press conferences, what he brought out of Jaylen Brown in terms of unlocking his playmaking and his personality, I thought was such a cool thing. Luke Cornett and the morale boost and just the joy that Luke brings to the locker room and all of this stuff and how much people like being around him. Al Horford, it'd be so hard to not have these guys. They're all great Celtics. Like, it sucks that this is where we're at. If I have anger directed at something, it's this stupid freaking CBA.
Yep.
It's not just, wow, we follow the Celtics and you're being mean because you won't let us keep the team together. It's not. It's just, I don't know what it accomplishes having a team build itself up to be good only to have to be torn apart. I think the whole thing is silly, but it really does suck because continuity is great and having people together is great and being able to play with teammates for a long time is great. And I just don't know what's great about any of it. So when I'm talking about trades and this and that and pros and cons, it's strictly looking towards what's the quickest path or what's a path to getting them back to being like great again. Because right now there's nothing there. You have to do something. But it really, really, really sucks. Like the idea of Luke, you're right. It'll be another gut punch if on Monday Luke and Al both go elsewhere. Even though I actually don't prioritize winning next year, I don't even see necessarily the point of bringing someone like that back. But not having them around and I'm just thinking back of like what was his name? That goddamn miserable post the year after they traded all of those guys to the Nets, and you had Chris Humphries, and that team was gross.
Yeah, it was Brad's first year. You had Chris Humphries, Sullinger.
Oh, that was the saddest.
Nelson stopped by.
That's the funniest, saddest press conference I've ever been at when they introduced all those guys.
You were there?
Yeah, and they're just looking around, and I still have pictures on my phone. I think I'm gonna post one. It's like so random. Yeah, I used to go to everything, Bobby. I covered all of these things, but yeah, that
was it
one.
Courtney Lee.
I'm trying to remember.
Let me look up who was in that picture. Everyone knew Humphries because of his girlfriend around that time.
Marshawn Brooks.
Keith Bogans. Right? I think they sent him home.
My God, Bogans. Oh, everyone up there is like, are we even Celtics? Like, are we getting traded tomorrow? Like, the vibe, it was the weirdest vibe I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. That one. Oh my God.
Were you front row?
I was there, man. It was the vibes in that room were so freaking funny. They were literally like look at their expressions. They're like, that's exactly what it was like. Nobody smiled. The whole thing was so funny. Humphries was good. That guy could rebound. He got after it.
Are they gonna do this for Simons and Yang?
I don't know. That's the thing, is like, are they even here? You know, who knows? But what a show that was. Oh my God. Thank you for
I
finding
mean,
that.
the mood was a little higher the other night when it was like, whoa, Simons is coming back with a couple picks for Hall. Like, it looked like the momentum toward, all right, maybe they can try to start to figure this thing out here. But that Porzingis thing going through.
This is a great comment. It really did. It's like turn left, turn right, you know. It's so funny. That's what, yeah.
Gerald
that's what I
Wallace, where
feel
was
about.
he for that? He got traded
Gerald
in that
Wallace.
deal.
The most popular video in the history of CLNS Media is a Gerald Wallace press conference where we compared his voice to like a didgeridoo, and it got like 1.8 because you're just really yeah. It's got like 2 million views on our old YouTube channel that got banned, you know, and we recently resurrected. But yeah, unreal.
What other
Gerald
topics could
Wallace.
we possibly hit here?
I don't
This
know.
is where we need Jimmy, man. He could talk about anything.
Jimmy, I mean, I'm psyched about the new James Bond film.
This is that coming out?
No, but
Oh.
Dennis Villeneuve is going to direct it.
Okay. I could be into that.
Yeah. So
James Young.
that's something I'm excited about. I won't talk about James Young simply because while I was at NBC, you talk about green teamers. Holy crap. Did those guys just drink gallons of green Kool-Aid, like just by the jug full? And the amount of time we had to spend, the sane people in the room, to argue with the people there who kept telling us that James Young was going to turn into something, was just taking crazy pills. Jawan Johnson, good story here. It was literally between him and Jimmy Butler. Everybody, and Ainge was dying for that stretch, that stretch four, that guy who could, whatever, and went Johnson, even though a lot of people in the room wanted Butler. That was a brutal pick.
How in the world are our numbers going up? It looks like the Zoom's starting, so
the Zoom might be starting. When we see him pop in there, Bobby, you can jump over. I will let you guys listen in here as Mike Zarren addresses the media, should he pop up here in just a little bit. As soon as he pops up, Bobby's going to dip out. And then, Bobby, jump back in here to put a close on this thing, and we'll just react to some of the Zarren comments here. But I think we should be able to get this press conference to the viewers here who've sat patiently with us, some of you for 3+ hours, which is freaking awesome. I myself might step away too, because again, I have to make sure my children are alive.
Yeah. I did not expect our second round show in 2025 to be the longest Garden Report ever, but here we are. I don't think we went this long for the championship.
Well, we did. We did if you aggregate the two shows. Yeah, we do this with the Patriots stuff all the time. It's freaking wild. We'll just get up there and we just go. But thank God, for guys like Taylor who've like studied film of 150 players. But yeah, no. Cheers to you guys. I'm glad to. I'm happy to share. I'm happy to share the night with the fine people here in the chat. So thank you guys for hanging out here. Yeah, a lot of people love James Young. Simmons, I don't know.
There was a couple games there, yeah, where you looked like he was turning a corner.
We see your comment. What's going on?
Man, they got the backdrop for Zarren. They got the whole setup here. He's in the hot seat tonight.
This is great. DJ.
What are you asking, John?
Right here?
What's your question for Zarren?
Look, again, it's all about the math. The question is really, are they looking to go are they looking to go lower? Like that's like, you know, it's really the first two questions you guys asked Brad
Everyone
yesterday.
might should be joining momentarily. As a reminder, if everyone could use the raise your hand feature, if you have any questions, we'll do our best.
All right.
Yeah. So really, it's those two things. Like the thing you asked yesterday is just, you know, is ownership demanding this, and how much lower can you go? Like, are you being asked to go lower than the second apron? And is the goal of the team to continue to cut costs heading into the season? And then again, the other is, you know, how concerned are they with fielding, you know, kind of filling out the roster to have a competitive team this year? Currently, they don't have a center. Curious about where they're going to find money to be able to sign someone like Luke. And hi, Brian Olive.
Looks like we are underway here.
I'll put him up in a minute. I don't want Brian to have to get too much FaceTime there unnecessarily. There's
okay.
Nope, it's still Brian. Yeah,
Think
I don't
we're
want
ready.
to. I don't.
Here we go.
All right, Bobby, you can jump. Can't hear him, guys. You're muted. Amit, can you guys unmute it?
It's trading 32 tonight.
Jack, you know, all the time we're looking for the ability to get more assets we can use in the future and still get a bunch of good players. And we felt pretty confident that there'd be guys we liked lower down in the draft, and we, you know, had the ability to add a couple of really good future draft picks in addition to getting those guys. So that's what we did.
And then Brad talked about it a little yesterday, like the balance of drafting for fit versus, you know, best available. How much of that goes into when you consider like second apron penalties and how important drafting is nowadays? Like, what's your guys' draft philosophy become with all of these new CBA penalties in mind?
I don't think our draft philosophy has changed that much relative to the CBA. The draft pick contracts tend to be relatively small relative to the rest of your cap. So most of the time we're looking to get the guys that we think will be good contributing NBA players, you know, particularly later in the draft. Most people aren't that. And so we're looking for the guys who are. And, you know, because of that, you can't spend a lot of time thinking about what your team need is. So mostly we look for the best players we can get, you know, with an eye towards the fact that you got to have an opportunity for them to contribute at least a little bit to know if they're going to be successful or not. But for the most part, it's go get the best guys.
Thank you.
John, and then Bobby Manning.
Hey, Brad yesterday talked about he phrased it pretty starkly. The second apron penalties are real. I didn't realize how real they were until they were staring me in the face. Can you add any sort of context to that, and just how punitive are these things that they were, I don't know, maybe as shocking as Brad mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, these draft nights, these days are long. We're talking about trades and picking people all day, and then we go through a pretty hectic draft moment over a few hours, and then he comes out here and talks. But we've known about the second apron penalties since, you know, basically the CBA was signed. We certainly knew about them when we made the trades we did a couple of years ago. And I think Brad's just talking about the feeling of having discussions about, you know, trading good players, which we have to do sometimes. And the penalties are real. It's, you know, you can lose your future draft picks. They can move down, that they can be frozen and then move down to 30. That's a big deal because you use those to go get good players a lot of the time, in addition to just using them to pick. And there's a bunch of transactions you just can't do when you're up at high levels. So, you know, we sort of had a good idea of the realities of all of this a couple of years ago when we made trades to acquire guys who became key pieces of a Celtics championship team. You know, now we've reached the point where we have to think about what to do moving forward. And, you know, I think nobody enjoys that. And that's what Brad's talking about, is he's well aware of what all the penalties are. But it's not fun when you're facing them, and that, I think that's all he meant yesterday.
Okay, and is there any I guess, advantage to being kind of like that first wave of teams to have to deal with this, insofar as that you are the ones that have to kind of lay the blueprint out, and then when it's your turn to kind of capitalize on other teams, you kind of know what might be coming more than maybe some of these other teams.
Yeah, I get where your question's coming from. I mean, I think the first thing I'll say is there was a period of transitional rules the last couple of years as these rules got phased in, and we sort of realized where we were a couple summers ago that we could take advantage of the situation with the assets we had and the salary situation we were in and the quality of players we already had, and could make a jump sort of before the rules got as punitive as they were going to get. And that was a very conscious decision at the time, and it worked. So we feel good about that, obviously. But we don't spend a lot of time thinking about, the cycles of other teams, except insofar as it affects our ability to go compete for the next Celtics championship, which is what we're always about here. So I don't know that there's an advantage to us sort of going first. I get the spirit of the question, but I'm not sure that there's much to that as much as there was a good moment to seize, and I think we seized it. And there's a banner that'll be here forever because of it. And, we're working towards the next one now.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, I'm curious, is there a certain threshold you guys feel like you need to get to salary-wise this offseason, or that you've been asked to get to from a tax standpoint, from a apron standpoint? Like, is there something you have in mind there in terms of a number you have to get to?
Hey, Bobby, no, there's not a specific number. It's just a matter of putting ourselves in a position where we think when, as Brad said last night, when Jason's back fully healthy, we're ready to go, trying to get that next banner. And some of that has to do with the cap rules. Some of that has to do with assets we have. Some of that has to do with the players on the roster. We take all those things into account and try to build the next championship team.
And that, once you get below that second apron, threshold there and put yourself in that position, you're talking about the extended flexibility you have there. Do you feel like, given where it looks like you guys are right now, that you can make potentially other moves to put you in a position to compete this year?
I think we're always trying to compete with the guys that we have. Brad did mention last night that our first team All-NBA players in a boot.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a real thing. And I think you got the update from him last night on that. But, having more flexibility is always useful in these things. We have made, a key part of our philosophy is to be opportunistic about opportunities that come along. And so, depending on where we end up and what moves we make, obviously, you guys know I can't talk about some specifics of things, but, depending on what we do, we'll try to put ourselves in the most opportunistic position to take advantage of other opportunities as they come along.
That's another tank.
Really how it works.
Bobby and then Mark.
Just like Brad, he basically just said they're tanking next year. Players that we have.
Hey, Mike, I was just curious what you guys saw that led you to selecting Amari Williams and then later Max Shulga.
Yeah, so Amari, he's one of the best passing big men in college for a long time. He's an elite rebounder. He's a great guy. He had a wonderful career at Drexel and then stepped it up another level at Kentucky. When you meet him, you'll see he's got just an enormous wingspan. And as you'll see on the court, if you haven't seen already, he's got incredible vision. And those things are just key abilities in the modern NBA. Your big guys have to be able to do all sorts of things. We sometimes we play through big guys at the post with the guys we have had on our roster, and Amari should fit into that pretty well. And then Max is a tough guy who can handle and shoot, and elite toughness. He's been all over the world. He moved to Spain when he was 13, I think, to play basketball. People may not know he was a teammate for 1 year of Nimi's at Utah State. Actually, when he was here for a draft workout a couple weeks ago, I think they went out to dinner and caught up for old times. So I think that was great. But he's just a winner. I think they won 18 of their last 20 games or something like that. Was the A10 player of the year. We've been watching both these guys for a long time. They had long college careers, and very, very successful players everywhere they've been. So, we'll see how they do at the next level, but they're both just really, really successful winning college players.
And as you guys regain flexibility here, you gained multiple future second round picks tonight. How important is it to just continue to build out that draft capital?
Well, as I think you've seen with our moves in the past, you need those assets in order to be able to swing trades for great players later, or to move around either in the draft or with guys you've got. So, that adds additional flexibility. We got 2 picks both tonight, both of which should be good future picks. They're the best of 3 and 2 teams in some upcoming years. I think we'll put the press release out shortly on that if it's not already out. But that's a key part of our strategy. We've used picks to go acquire a lot of good players over the years, and hopefully we'll be able to do that with these if we're not also drafting them.
AZ, in your first answer, you were talking about adding the assets that you just mentioned, but also being able to get guys that you guys wanted later on. What made you feel comfortable that these guys that you wanted would be available in the range of the picks that you received?
Well, you never know exactly which guys are going to be available at which pick, but we've got a big list of guys we like, and we have some sense of where they're going to go, and we're in touch with their agents who also have some senses of which teams like them and don't like them. And so you put all that together and you say, okay, if we move down or up to this part of the draft, who could we probably get? You're never sure. There's a bunch of risk taking involved, and you weigh the future asset return. When you're moving down, you're weighing the future asset return versus the guys you think you can get. When we looked at the guys that we could get a little bit further down this year, we thought it was not so much different from 32 that we wouldn't take these future assets that'll also be useful for us. These are 2 really good players. You never know how well guys will play in the NBA for guys taken in the second round, but both these guys have been very successful where they've been.
Thank you.
Last 2 questions, Jared and then Noah.
What's up, Z?
Jared, how are you?
Good. I'm going to bring it back to second apron, shockingly.
Okay.
Who saw that coming? You mentioned you won a championship. That is true.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, the second apron was designed, it seems, to kind of shrink these windows of 2 or 3 years. And I'm wondering, now that you're on the downslope of getting out of that, how does just, I guess, as a emotional decision maker who tries not to be too emotional, how does the fact that you won the championship help grease the skids to getting out of the apron, and how does that affect your decision in the future to climb back into that second apron one day?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's automatically the case that you have to be over the second apron or the first apron or anywhere on the salary scale to win a championship. But the fact of the matter is the new CBA is set up so that teams can't spend enormous amounts of money for long periods of time. And so you guys mostly know I'm a Celtics fan and have been for a long time, and you never like to see each year's its own year, but you have a group of guys and they win, and that's the best. And when it's not this, it's almost never the same group of guys 2 years in a row. Not this summer, but the previous summer was a real exception to how almost every team operates. So anytime and I've been through a lot. This is my 22nd season with the team. We've seen a lot of good players come and go over that time, and some you get to know better than others, and it's sad when they leave. But so there's a bit of wistfulness always when guys move on. But at the same time, the rules are the same rules for everyone. And, we've got a lot of good players here and a lot of good assets here, and we feel like we'll be set up to compete really, really well in the near future. So that's always heartening when you know that you're in that spot. There's a lot of teams that feel further from that than we do, I'm sure. So that's exciting, particularly when you're working for the team. It's always exciting to think about the future possibilities, and the draft night's like the perfect example of that. It's the embodiment of that. You get these guys at the start of their careers, and they're so excited to get the phone calls and come in and see everyone and meet everyone and be a part of this really, really special thing we have here. So that sort of tempers any sadness you have of the season ending. However it ends, for most teams, it doesn't end with the championship. But you get to have the draft soon thereafter, and it's the excitement of building a new team and the chance to go try and win it all over again.
Noah and then B-Rob.
Hey, Mike. Over the last few days, there was a lot of discussion and reporting around teams being really interested in acquiring one of either Derek White and Jaylen Brown. Curious from your standpoint, as you think about being opportunistic and thinking about the future, where do those two guys kind of fall into the vision of this team?
Those two guys are really, really great NBA players, and there hasn't been anything close to serious about trading them. And so I'm not sure where all this reporting came from, but those guys are key parts of our team, and we're lucky to have them here.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Mike. Just want to check, is the plan for Max and Amari to be two ways, or is that still in flux? And were you guys able to talk to more of Hugo today? And is there any plans for him to come over this summer league, et cetera? What's kind of the update there?
Yeah, I think you'll see Hugo here next week. We have still some stuff to work through. There's a lot when you draft an international guy, there's a bunch of things you have to do, but he'll be in town at least next week, and we'll know more in the coming days on that. And then on the guys we drafted tonight, I think that's likely that they're two ways, but as you may know, these things like the draft ends and everybody just wants to go home, and our group is here. I actually pulled away from it. Our group is upstairs working hard on summer league roster and things for training camp and other things. So we'll get all of that stuff ironed out in the coming few hours and days. And you'll probably know more next week.
Thanks.
Sure.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
So good stuff, Bobby and Noah jumping in there on the Mike Zarren press conference, assistant GM with the Boston Celtics. Takeaways from the Zarren press conference. And again, we've been following along here on the chat. I do think, again, I'm biased. They're my people, but Bobby and Noah, I think, asking the two most relevant questions in that press conference. And I think Bobby kind of got him a little bit. Not got him, but this is what I said at the top of the show, where Brad was squirming a little bit. It's not because the questions were like pinning him against, oh, geez, gotcha stuff. They're just in a position where they can't really answer some of this stuff, and they have to spin their wheels a bit. They can't say, we know we're going to be bad. We know we can't put anything into this team, and Bobby's going to, we're going to cut up that question. I'm going to play it back, but I'm just paraphrasing right now what Zarren said. And yeah, Ahmed, if you can tell Noah and Bobby, jump back on. Let's just get our thoughts on Zarren and put a bow on this. And let's take this friggin' thing to 4 hours is what we're going to do. But we'll play the bite for you. And yeah, you guys all heard it in real time. He basically, when asked, how are you going to compete? Are you going to look to, basically the question was, you're going to look to try to add to what you've done here. You made the trades and you got on the second apron. You're going to try to add. And Bobby, I'm just talking about your question here. And he kind of said no. He said, we're going to play with the players we have here. And we've got good players. And it's basically paraphrasing what Brad said. So there's a clear messaging here. And that's, what was the word Brad used 100 times? Jesus, I'm the one that asked him.
Flexibility.
We need
flexibility.
Flexibility.
Thank you. Regain our flexibility. Assets.
Accumulate assets. Yeah.
Accumulate assets. And then the third thing, we've got good players here. Those are two commonalities in these press conferences that both Brad and Zarren had. These are both like, this is clear messaging that we're going to put out there to people. These are the things we're trying to do to explain why it's being done. We love those guys. We miss these guys. But this is what we got, guys. We got good players. We got good players here. So hopefully those good players can keep us winning.
And hopefully they can keep these free agents.
And there's nothing else coming. here.
Yeah.
So that's.
I mean, we knew that, right? Now it's just a matter of the free agents.
I know, but I mean, what I'm saying is, I do believe there's still a subset of Celtics fans or people out there who believe, like, well, Brad, they'll do some stuff and they'll plug some holes and they'll be okay. And they're not, because they're not trying to be okay. And that's okay. That's what we have to get. That's where we got to get to collectively. And we can do this together. Okay. But we can do this together, but it's okay. They're not okay. And it's okay. And that's that. But they might be okay. And it's in a year or two. That's it. But asset management is exactly the right way to go. The question really comes down to what Noah had asked. And again, I think Bobby and Noah, again, asking the two most relevant, pertinent questions. What I wish was followed up with there, Bobby, was fine. It's so easy to say, were there ever opportunities to trade Brown or White? They're going to say no. Because
what did he say?
He
said something that I think got off on a technicality. Hold on. He said
they always say no. What I want to say is, do you need to consider trading
there
Brown?
Hasn't been anything close to serious.
Yeah. But the question is, do you need to consider it if you're going to be able to go into full rebuild, or do you think that you can win with two max players? That's the question. And that's where we're not going to know, because right now everything they're doing is damage control, plugging a few leaks, not even plugging the leaks, leaving leaks, but hoping the boat doesn't sink completely, or letting it sink and not really caring. But whether or not you're going to be able to kind of get everything back and go again, I don't know that you can do that with these half measures here. And that's, I think, going to be the big conversation over the course of the next year here. So Bobby, you were in it. Other takeaways from you? And I know when you're in it, it's harder to process in real time as opposed to us who are just sitting here watching.
I felt like the overall mood.
Hit me, Butler. I got it, but you can't spam the chat. You do it again and you're gone. Okay.
Yeah, the overall mood of that thing reflected Brad's quite a bit, that they're resigned to the fact that they're in a tough spot, and they're going to try to do some stuff that comes up that could help them out, but there probably isn't going to be a lot of stuff that allows them to do that. Now, when I asked about how much further they need to go, that didn't sound like there's necessarily a need to go further, which is encouraging, I guess, but they're probably going to have to if they want to keep some other stuff here. So everywhere they drop off some contracts to keep stuff afloat and, aboard the boat here, to keep using that analogy, they're still going to be losing something in the process. So are you a net neutral in moving off Simons and keeping a center? If you can keep two centers with that move, maybe you do that. But then all of a sudden, like you said, you plug in one hole and all of a sudden there's a hole at backup guard because you only have Pritchard and White. So they are so tight up against, just to remind everybody, they're 7 below the second apron. They drafted Hugo, so I guess they're like 4, right? A minimum gets you to 1. And that's it. If you're not going over the second apron line, you have the room to sign one of the centers to a minimum if they'll take it. Sign Hugo. That's your 14 players, and you're off. And it's Pritchard, White, Brown, Niang, and Hauser, and one of Luka now.
Yeah, I do want to put this up here. I'm not calling you out, Fritz, but I think this is the danger. Tatum, Brown, White, Pritchard, these are their untouchables, untradeable. Everyone else is on the table. There is no one else. There's nothing. This is the danger. This is all you have, and getting more or better doesn't happen without trading one of these people. You're not getting better than Sam Hauser by trading Sam Hauser. You're not getting better than Baylor Sharm. You're not getting better. And you don't have the money to get better, and you don't have the picks to get better. This is what you have. So again, we're still stuck here of, we'll keep these guys and then just go get other better guys. This is like every fan base in all sports. Just go get players. It's not, how? You need stuff. You need things. Like when you have young stars, you can go get big stars. When you got big stars, you can go get draft picks. Like that's how trades work. You don't trade nothing for something. Like they don't have anything except for the guys that you want to keep.
So Noah mentioned maybe flipping Simons for a center. I'm trying to look at who you
Fine,
could
whatever.
even feasibly afford in that sense. Like John Collins, maybe. I don't think so. Nurkic. Like you could find a guy to fill that spot for a year if you end up losing Luke or Al, but nothing that's going to put you in a very competitive position. Zach Collins. Like you need to put you can't just roll into the year with Cade and Tillman, John. Like you got to give these guys something. But it's all going to be done under the second apron. If you don't, John, why don't you I know you're going to say I will. Why don't you more seriously explore what you could get back for White or Brown at that point? If this is going to be that kind of season.
That's the point. Like, so again, look, what are you going to do? This is a blanket that's too short, right? You pull it up, your feet are cold. You pull it down, the top of your body is cold. Like, that's what it is. Like, okay, you got Simons. That's
more
pretty
second
good. That
apron analogies.
But you got Simons. That replaces Holiday. He can't play defense, but he's a really good offensive player. That's pretty good. But you don't have a center. So let's just trade the guy who replaced Holiday to go get a center. Now you don't have guards. Like, whatever you do is going to hurt you somewhere else. Like right. You have to subtract to add right now because you're not going back over the second apron. More realistically, you're going to subtract and not add just to get below the first apron. So again, there's no path to getting better on the court this year. There's maybe a path to, I need one thing more than I need another. So I guess I'll give up this thing to have that thing. That's it.
Yeah. And then once you get into guys who make too little money here, as I look at it, the other team's taking back too much money. So yeah, there aren't a lot of moves they can make here. I know Noah mentioned the Simons for a center one. It won't be easy to do. And again, what's the point, to your point, John, of trying to make something like that happen if it's not going to move the needle at all? Because then you're thin at guard.
And I prefer Simons to some stiff center, just so you can say you have a center. Personally, do whatever you.
You got Amari Williams.
Look, I'm fine with get rid of Yang and package him with a second round pick or two, trade him into someone's TPE, clear up enough money, go sign Luke, there and hang on to Simons because he can actually play. And then if you want to flip him at the deadline and see if you can get a real asset off of that. Don't trade Simons to get a center this year. That's driving me insane. View him as an asset. This is a guy who could end up on this.
I don't think other teams want him, John. If Portland's giving you in the holiday dump.
They're not. Portland, I think, is doing it because they recognize what good is he to me. I'm not going to re-sign him. I'm going to lose this. I'm going to lose it anyway. So they've decided I'm not going to be in the Simons business after this contract anyway. So they're getting off of it. I don't think he has negative value. I think anybody who's a bucket getter like he is has value. You're telling me there's not going to be one or two teams in contention out there that doesn't need backcourt scoring next year?
Oh, for sure. I think teams would like to have him, but are they giving you anything?
If they are in contention, might flip a pick in the 20s to you for that. Do that. You want to stockpile assets, and again, I know those picks have limited value, but do that versus plug a hole on next year's roster. That doesn't make sense to me. The trade Simons for a center does not make sense. If Simons might be a better asset than that, you don't want to trade him to help yourself, because helping yourself doesn't actually help you long term. Help yourself by finding more ways to stockpile assets.
Well,
that's the point.
Who's your center of the future then?
It doesn't matter. You're not because you're not there yet. You're looking down the road. The point, you're looking down the road.
Yeah, and that's why,
guys, no one's hating on Amari Williams. He's a middle of the second round pick. The chances of him sticking on an NBA roster for more than 3 years is less than 50%. Like, I'm sorry. Like, he might be good. All of these guys were good college players. All the guys getting picked in the second round are productive college players. Most of them are not going to be names that you hear of in 4 years. They're not.
All right, let's
Noah's
hear
in
from
here
Noah.
too. Noah, did you like go swimming?
Okay, do
2
you want
days
to
too
actually
late
know what
on that.
happened? Do you actually want to know what happened? I had a basketball game and I joined the stream 1 minute after the basketball game.
That's what I thought.
And
yeah.
after the 57th pick, I wrote my article, and then Mike Zarren still wasn't on, and I said, I have time to shower, and I did.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Good
apologies.
usage
we
of
were talking
time.
about it earlier. Let's bring Noah back into the conversation here. The tone of Zarren, I think, was very similar to the tone of Brad. And just in terms of recognizing that they're in a tough spot and really not having answers to some of the questions. And I thought, again, you and Bobby asked, two of the more relevant questions that are on our minds outside of what's going on with draft picks. And we're starting with Bobby's here. And again, you tell me what
I want to hear
these-
this because
These are harder to process in real time, but
Yeah.
everybody in the chat said the same thing, including me, all at once after this exchange with Bobby.
once you get below that second apron, threshold there and put yourself
Squirmy.
in that position, you're talking about the extended flexibility you have there. Do you feel like, given where it looks like you guys are right now, that you can make potentially other moves to put you in a position to compete this year?
I think we're always trying to compete with the guys that we have. Brad did mention last night that our first team All NBA players in the boot.
Mhm.
And so that's a real thing. And I think you got the update from him last night on that. But having more flexibility is always useful in these things. We have made a key part of our philosophy is to be opportunistic about opportunities that come along. And so depending on where we end up and what moves we make, obviously you guys know I can't talk about some specifics of things, but depending on what we do, we'll try to put ourselves in the most opportunistic position to take advantage of other opportunities as they come along. I know
With
that's
the
kind of a
players-
boring answer, but that's really how it works.
With the players we have,
As soon as he said we're gonna win with the players we have, everyone in the chat, we're tanking, aren't we?
so yeah, we didn't hear about Luke and Al and how they're feeling about that, but maybe that is something you could glean from that.
The players that we have, and we're going to be opportunistic as opportunities, hopefully opportunistically opportune themselves to us. So again, it's we're still going to be aggressive. We're looking to build this roster. We have moves that we think we can make that can bring some good players here and possibly resign. None of that. We got some good players here, and we'll look for opportunities as they come. That does not signal that there's much coming to add to what's going on here. I don't know. No, I don't know if you view it the same way.
I understand your interpretation. Listen, I'm not trying to be a politician about this.
What's your interpretation?
I think there's a middle ground between tanking and saying we're going to try to be competitive, but we're not going to do that above our future assets, like they're not going to do something. They're not going to try to acquire players for next season if it's going to compromise future things, which inevitably it would. And so I still think you're going to see
or
this
add
team
payroll.
be yeah. So John, in that case, this is actually one of the rare arguments that we can actually we'll get an answer to, because next year either they're going to be in the playoffs, which is what I think, or they're going to be near the bottom of the standings, and then that's tanking. And so that's right. I mean, if you're going to be in the playoffs next year, then you were not tanking. That was not your approach. But maybe to me, it's like you can't keep Jaylen Brown and Derek White in that case. Like,
no, you can accidentally get into the playoffs. You cannot try to improve the current roster and still have these guys play well enough to get into the playoffs. It's possible.
If you're in the playoffs, you're not tanking, though.
Yeah.
If you have made the playoffs, you're not tanking. I don't
There's
think
no
that can be considered tanking.
players don't tank though. That's the whole point. Is like
7
the
through
players
10, you
out
could be
there.
in the lottery.
Organizations tank though, and they tell your players to sit down. Like Walker Kessler spent his entire life in jail. Like,
so what I'm saying is the organization is not going to like do the Al Horford's not going to play for 40 games thing. You know, like organization's not going to pull people off the court to tank. They're going to put the players out there. And then as the season progresses, some things might happen along the way, but they're not trying to tank in the sense that I'm going to burn it to the ground. They're just saying, you don't have a center. Well, do what you can with what you've got. Like
play Keita.
That's the point. Like that is essentially management tanking. Like if you start the season with Keita as your 5 and Tillman as your 4, you're tanking. Like that's tanking. Like you're not supporting Brown and White and the players that you have. If you trade Simons for future picks and a reduced salary player that can't help you, you're tanking. Like that is tanking, no question about it. So we don't know how low they're going to go, but it does sound like they're not looking to address holes on this particular roster right now. So call it tanking or not tanking. It definitely feels like, guys, this is what we got this year. Do the best you can. And they might be pleasantly surprised that they play well, or it might go to shit, but we don't know. That's
okay,
more what I'm
fair.
saying.
I can agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Okay, I can
Yeah.
agree with you on that.
That's how I view it. Not that they're
I get you. I hear
let's win 20 games. Like that's not how they're viewing it.
I think they're going to walk into next season and say, let's see what Peyton Pritchard's capable of. Let's see how Jaylen Brown, if they keep him, can perform without Tatum on the floor. And I don't think that they have the answers to that. Like one of the things that I've realized over the last few years in this job is that we're just guessing. The front office is just guessing. We're all trying to be as educated as possible. But why do teams draft so poorly? Because nobody actually knows to project. Why does ESPN predict every series wrong? Because it's just, that's basketball, right? Like that's what makes it fun, is that we have no idea how things are going to pan out. Even if you consider yourself great at this. So I think that they are going to look at things like there's probably a big range of outcomes of how, if they put together like a pretty good roster that's not, certainly has holes and is not maximizing winning next season, how could that go? And I don't think that they're going to, I think that I personally think that if they keep the 4 players that, well, Tatum's not able to play, but the other 3 guys and like try to build around them just a solid roster, people might be positively surprised, but it's very clear they don't view that they could put together like a real contender without Tatum. That has been clear from the first few minutes.
Yeah, no question about it.
No,
go ahead,
and
Bobby.
I felt that way too when you maybe kept Porzingis and you can do the Brown Porzingis thing, and Pritchard is in the backcourt there, and you can count on him taking a step there. But everything changes for those guys when you don't have a supporting cast around them or depth. And that's going to hurt you too in certain spots. John was reading off what the bench looks like now between Shireman and Simons and Walsh. Your backup's Tillman at the 5 and Williams here on that 2-way. So that mindset, and I was big on that too, Noah. Go into the year, see what you can do, see what you're capable of. And that might be part of the process of trying to get stuff back for some of these core guys. If you do eventually decide to trade them, you're not just going to rush that. But I now look at the roster and what they have here. If they're not going to be able to upgrade on this and those free agents potentially leave, and say, even if Brown, Pritchard, and White do everything they can, you are eventually limited by what's around you. Like that's why I wanted Porzingis here to some degree, because he at least gave you the chance.
I did too.
To hold the line into the year. And once he went for nothing, they were going to be in this position.
They did the opposite of what I thought they would do. I thought Holiday would be the salary dump, and then they basically did the same thing. They cleared all of Porzingis' money for nothing to get under the second apron, and traded Holiday for an expiring $30 million contract. That's basically Porzingis' money. If you could have found a way to just get under the tax without doing that, you could have ridden into the season with Porzingis, played him out, had a center, and seen whether or not he wanted to resign, plus keep Jalen's buddy around. They didn't do that. So, and again, there was other pathways to have gotten below that tax threshold if they'd found a deal for Holiday where it was basically one of those 3-teamers where they're absorbing none of the salary coming back, or saving enough, 20-something million, to get themselves under the tax there. They could have done the same thing, because they have a $30 million expiring, the same as they did with Porzingis. But that's not what they did. So now they have that hole at center. Noah, this question's for you, so I'll put it up here because I am interested in this. You have 2 straight press conferences where management is saying basically, well, our best player's not around, so what are we going to do? And, sending out signals that we're not really focused on next season. Now you got Jaylen Brown, who's like being tasked at being the alpha next year, and this opportunity where he can show, can he lead a team? And you're putting him in a terrible situation where it's going to be extremely difficult for him to showcase, look, I can be that guy, because you're not supporting him at all. If you're Brown, are you like, so your guys are going to do me dirty like this? I'm going to sit here with this team with no additional players. Jason's not playing, and you shipped out 2 other guys. You didn't re-sign Al, and you're like, go ahead, Jaylen, be the man. I'd kind of be annoyed by this right now. Like, maybe he's got the proper perspective before, but he's always felt a little bit like the afterthought on this team. And they're sitting here telling you how, like, well, we don't have our best player, and we've got some good players here. He knows they don't have good players. I mean, he knows they lost a lot of good players. Doesn't mean there aren't still some good ones here. How do you think Brown feels about all of this? Go get him, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Jaylen, I don't think he feels good about the fact that his name's in trade rumors. I don't think that he feels good about the fact that he's not viewed as like a franchise guy. And I don't think that he feels good about the fact that the Celtics don't think they can build around a contender around him. Like, this is the guy who thinks he can be the best player on the floor at any given moment. Like, I would imagine that he'll definitely have a chip on his shoulder from all of this, as he's had a chip on his shoulder from every little thing that's happened throughout his career. Whether it's trade rumors or whether it's Stephen A. Smith saying that he's unmarketable or whatever it was. Like, I think he keeps tabs on these things. So yeah, for sure. And honestly, I don't know why they're being so overt about it. Maybe it's expectation setting and just like kind of so that it's not a shock when at a certain point.
You do have to be transparent to some degree about what you're doing.
Yeah, you do. And I don't think they've said anything that's like super.
But I'm curious what you're saying there, Noah. You're surprised at the tone they're taking?
Well, so here's the thing. Like, say Tatum, let me pick my words carefully here. If Tatum was just
don't.
No, if Tatum was just like he left to go to another team, right? And then what do you do? How do you approach next year? Like, take Tatum out of the equation for good, not just for next season. Then you look at who you have and say, how do we build a team around those guys and be as competitive as possible as soon as possible, right? Like, if Tatum's out of the picture, you're not going to just tank forever, right?
The problem is you're still paying him his $50 million.
No, I'm saying, right. So, but it's clear. And that's what makes it so hard to team build for all 3 of these teams, the Pacers, the Bucks, and the Celtics, that have one of their top paid players and one of their top paid players, is that you effectively have that money sitting on the sideline. Like, you can't do anything with it. But I do think that there is a world which you could build a contending team using the core you have now without Tatum. I don't think that they view that odd as high enough, because they already fell short this year by a lot with Tatum, that they felt like that was a path that they were going to take. But do you think that the guys, if you take those guys in the locker room, do they feel like they could come contend, and you add some pieces and you keep Drew and you keep Kristaps? Absolutely. Like, I don't think they played to the maximum of their abilities this year. Like, we talked about their pace 3 hours ago. I think that was in the stream, right? Like, you could have said, let's
it's only been one stream.
Yeah.
You know how I felt.
So I mean, I'm really high on a lot of the other guys in the roster, probably more than most, and definitely more than the Celtics front office. So that's why, to me, I'm like, you could have approached it differently. But I understand, to be realistic, to be a front office person, like, people blow up teams that are potentially playoff contending teams all the time because they don't think that they can go all in.
Well, I'll say this too. I think they're playing asset management. Like, there was a scenario where you could have kept Porzingis and extended him and try to use him as an asset for yourself or others, and they didn't like where he was at in his career, and they didn't view him as being able to return anything clearly other than cap relief, which is what they effectively moved him for. Drew reached a point with injury and diminished play this year where you had to move pretty urgently to get off that deal, and fortunately they found a great trade to do that. So even with Holiday, even with Porzingis, as you mentioned, Noah, they lost in the second round and did so pretty convincingly. And you can say injuries and this Y and X, Y, and Z, but they weren't close this year. And Brad even said that yesterday too, right? The 2 teams that were in the finals were the teams that were supposed to be there. So they didn't view this as a sustainable team beyond all the issues they had. with the money and flexibility and keeping it all together, which they probably would have faced anyway. Even if they won the championship, they would have had to make some tough decisions. But they came so short of that with this group that I think it became a matter of asset management. And, why is Hauser still here? Because you were able to keep him from the fact that you got off Porzingis's number. He could be part of that next Tatum team and still a valuable contributor, or you could get a lot back for him because he's a good player. And so that was what I liked about the Porzingis trade. Unfortunately, in doing that, you're not going to have a great team together this year. And maybe that was inevitable anyway. But to your point, John, about how far you go with the teardown, I still think your eye is on competing with Tatum, Brown, and whatever much of that core is left at that point. Like, you had a chance here to split up the Brown Tatum thing. I don't know what the offers were, but you could have made that decision now. And I just think they're so hesitant to do that. I feel like, Noah, you've thought they've been a little more willing to do that. I think the fact that he's still here sends a signal that they want to at least try to make this thing work eventually, but it's going to be extremely difficult.
I will say again, it's both. Like, it's not flawed roster building. It is the price you pay for the type of roster they built. And Zarren said it at the beginning of his media availability here. Like, we kind of exploited that little gap before the CBA kicked in after it was ratified. And we knew we could do what we did. So we did it like thieves in the night and went and got ourselves a championship. They did it. And they could have gotten 2 if they had better health this year. And 1 was worth it. 2 would have been worth it times 1,000,000, but they did it. So it's not flawed roster building. It was a choice. They made a choice. The bill comes due. It's as simple as that. It's not bad roster building. That's just how they went about this. And then Tatum's injury, again, I don't believe if Tatum is playing this year, the offseason approach is any different. They would just be better next year. But they'd be better. They'd be better than they're going to be without him, but they would have still gotten rid of the guys they got rid of. That was happening one way or the other. So this was always happening with or without Tatum. The Tatum thing just changes the equation because you don't know what you're going to get when he comes back a year from now. And you're basically holding on to whatever you have now to reload with a Jason Tatum-led team coming off of one of the most devastating injuries that you could suffer in this sport. So there's a lot going on right now around this team, and you're hedging a lot on the continued health of Brown and Tatum and the ability to somehow find some talent around them in addition to White and everything that you have here that can kind of put them back up on the level that they were. But you're being asked to replace some really, really, really good players who could do some things that are hard to get from other places in Holiday and Porzingis, for the limited time that he was here. And of course, Al Horford. Guys, I wanted to put up, we did talk about the idea of Brown and White, whether they were ever serious about trading them. Noah asked that question of Zarren as well. Let's play that real quick.
Over the last few days, there was a lot of discussion and reporting around teams being really interested in acquiring one of either Derek White and Jaylen Brown. Curious from your standpoint, as you think about being opportunistic and thinking about the future, where do those two guys kind of fall into the vision of this team?
Those two guys are really, really great NBA players, and there hasn't been anything close to serious about trading them. And so I'm not sure where all this reporting came from, but those guys are key parts of our team, and we're lucky to have them here.
Thank you.
Sure.
Bit of a non-answer, Noah. I'm more curious, and I wish you guys had more time to keep going there, whether or not it's not. I think it's an easy thing to say when a guy wasn't traded that they never had interest in trading them, because obviously you don't want to disrespect people or hurt feelings. I am curious what the answer to the question would be. Do you feel you have to eventually trade someone, particularly someone making a supermax contract, whether it be Tatum or Brown, to be able to compete under the current CBA? We've talked about the challenges here. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think I mean, listen, Mike can lie. That's part of the job, right? And maybe they were super close. But the reason I asked that question and what I was curious about is there was so much reporting from Shams, but nothing substantive that I actually think, to be fair, like there was a million articles. If you search Jaylen Brown trade, there have literally been 1 million articles written. And it's very, very plausible that there was never really any motion with any of the packages that we discussed. And so he very well also could be totally accurate in saying that. And I think that actually the fact that we never got anything specific and that it didn't really intensify, it was just Shams continuing to go on TV hits and just bringing up like we're getting calls, does make me think that in hindsight, maybe there was a little bit more smoke than substance, and that it was good for engagement and it was a good topic and everybody's curious about it. But there's nothing right now that points to it have been a really close thing. And I'm sure they explored it, but I just want to I think that there was never anything substantive. There was nobody that ever reported like Utah was shot down completely, but on their end, like a lot of the stuff feels like it was a little bit of smoke.
Yeah, no question whether it was smoke. I just really comes down to, every team has people call and ask about their stars. That's normal, and every team is going to say we were never close to trading them. We love them. It's really more a matter of, do you feel you have to at some point? And again, I don't know that question would have been answered as well, but I am curious. The other thing that I thought Zarren said wasn't necessarily interesting, but he did cover a little bit for Brad, who did sound a little bit disingenuous, saying like, oh, geez, and staring at that, second apron and the last thing, really. And it kind of made him seem like he was ill-informed, and that's clearly not it. I think he was just trying to be.
He was shocked by
dramatic,
what it would feel like to make those
and
moves.
It sucked having to deal with it. Like that, living it was bad.
Noah mentioned it yesterday. There was an awkwardness to him having to address moves that he couldn't talk about, and I think that's how that came out.
And I agree there too. So
I don't think anyone thought
from that.
I don't think anyone thought Brad didn't know what the second apron meant.
Yeah, we have officially passed the 4-hour mark. Neither Bobby or Noah asked for this, bargained for this, was told that this was what was going to happen. We just did it to them. So I
was saying, no, I don't think we went 4 hours for the championship.
Yeah. So I have to apologize to them, but I will thank both Bobby and Noah for hanging on here so long through the most ridiculous thing that we could possibly have spent 4 hours talking about, which is the Celtics drafting
Shulga?
46th and 57th for two-way guys that are never going to.
When you think about it,
that are never going to do. Yeah.
Are you serious about your Shulga tweet, Noah?
Half joking, but I do like the highlights. So at this point, if you can't figure out, I'm so biased towards player types. Like if you can shoot. And like you're like I just like shooters and like ball handlers like that. It doesn't mean that he's going to be great. It's just I get excited when I see that player type within a 2-minute film. So we'll see.
Can I tell you?
I was mostly just.
Did you guys just put? You want to hear the live Shulga reaction from me and Bobby?
Do I?
This is good. Ready? Okay, here we go. Celtics.
Might be
Max. Shulga.
Interesting
in that this is the first time you've ever heard that name.
Yeah.
That's what happened to us with the Anton Watson
last year.
Because that's what I find interesting about it.
Interesting is crazy.
Looking back on it though,
were you gonna play it off? Were you gonna play it off like you knew about this guy?
No, I was looking at.
He's
the
like
thing
interesting. I was like, you don't know who.
No, I was.
He's like interesting. Max Shulga, who is that?
I was looking at his page and I saw he played at Utah State, so I was like, did he play with Kada? And then once I got in there, that's all I cared about. I never heard of him really, but
that's funny. It's funny. Less than an hour after Celtics picked him, I forgot his name. I couldn't have told. If you said,
I was
John,
trying to remember too.
John, I'm going to shoot you in the face unless you come up with that guy's name. I would not have been able to. So yeah.
Honestly, watching Brian Windhorst had a 4-hour stream last night for the draft, and he doesn't know much about the draft prospect. So, and he was just like every other pick. This was the first round. He was like, I don't know this guy. I've never heard of this guy. So that kind of empowered me. Like I've been very open about my lack of draft prospect.
We got to.
Ever since I saw that.
We got to like 40 and there was no one left we knew. When you dropped off, Noah, like all the guys we were talking about were gone, and there was still 6 picks until the Celtics were selecting that.
Well,
The Williams
draft,
thing.
you have to do it all year. You have to really do it all year to actually have any sort of informed opinion. And even there, you're comparing apples to oranges. Like,
Yeah. The Williams thing's interesting because it looks like he could maybe play a little center for you. Shulga, I don't know what they're going to do with him. Maybe he's Peterson going into next year. I don't know. But yeah, there were chances to fill needs in this draft, and they didn't do it. They took the long play with a lot of this stuff. The picks coming in the second round, and Hugo Gonzalez, who's 19. And I guess that was the other takeaway. Maybe there's a little hope he plays Summer League now. I didn't think he was coming over to the U.S., and now it sounds like he is. So maybe he'll just play a game for the hell of it.
Yeah. And no, on that thing, I don't think that I think it's ridiculous for people who've spent 2 weeks on people to act like they're authorities. I think you have to play it straight. I haven't seen a lot on this guy. You know, that's the only way.
But Rasheer Fleming was going to the Hall of Fame. That's all.
Dude, I love that guy. Yeah, I mean, seriously, it's my favorite player in this draft. So yeah, there's no point to pretend.
John's going to be keeping a close eye on him with his new team.
He's my Mo Brown.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Where's he playing?
Phoenix.
I'm not asking you, Noah. I was asking John.
I
but I
know
was
who
lagging.
traded ahead of the Celtics. I know
He'll
that
never
much.
forget it. It was the worst thing that's ever happened. It was a sports.
I was just checking.
John, I have to say,
it's
all year, you were so level-headed about everything. You had a reputation that I didn't think you earned. Tonight, with what happened with that 30-second pick, I finally understood what all the hype was about. That was the first time you've overreacted.
It's funny. It's like, for me, it basically goes, it's like 2007 Patriots losing the undefeated season, 2003 Grady Little Red Sox, and the Celtics getting scooped here at pick 31. Those are the three.
I mean, you were right about what happened.
Tragedies of my life. Yeah. those things killed me.
For Fleming, it was a little extreme.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know. I'm not. I mean, it might have been partly dramatic effect, Noah, but I that does bother me. And the reason being is, again, I'm going to cross over like from other sports. I hate, like, I think the Patriots, year one post Belichick, absolutely got their butts kicked, not knowing what was going on with other teams. I do think that that's a really underrated draft skill, is having intel, and I don't know how you get
Man
it.
of the board.
Celtics don't have a huge front office here, but yeah, what full trade is official? I don't know. I'm being told something's official. So when you do get worked like that, I do view it as a failing, and I especially hate it when you lose the guy that you wanted if you felt good about him, and then drop all the way down and take nothing in return, or whatever. I find that as a bit of a disappointment. Not knowing much about each individual player, I always favor when your teams trade up to get somebody, because that means I want that. And then you go get it, and then you just trust that they're right in their assessment. When they're like, oh well, they got him, I guess I'll just get somebody else. That I always find to be the worst.
Well, we asked when that happened, why'd they do that? And the answer is they weren't trying to plug holes on this roster. And I think when you look back on it, Noah, that's probably why they didn't take a roster center here. We can, Williams is a center, but he's a two-way.
Thanks, Scorpio.
Because they're not just trying to fill that hole on this roster. And maybe they know more about Luke and Horford's potential return here than we do. That could be another explanation for that. But again, everything that happened the last 2 games or 2 days here, to me, just points toward we're kicking this thing into the future. We'll assess it as we go, but we're not making big moves here to try to improve this roster in the near term, because they really can't. And we'll see what happens with Hauser and Simons and all that stuff. But I think they're just going to end up holding the line here and see what happens Monday. And if Luke and Al end up leaving, you're in a really tough spot.
Let's see what happens. We'll be back. There'll be coverage, I'm sure, from Bobby and Noah and a lot of our Celtics podcasters throughout the weekend. And then we'll be back on Monday to do something, I'm sure, for free agency. And again, not expecting the Celtics to do a lot here, but there could be, of course, trades anytime between now and there. Should there be something, we will try to hop on and do it breaking news style. Also, again, the sadness that will happen if the Celtics are to lose Al Horford or Luke Cornett. And I am curious because I do think, should they not go early in free agency, because I do think they will be coveted, that might increase the likelihood that there is something cooking with the Celtics. Maybe wink, wink, like we're moving some stuff around and we're going to get back to you guys. If that's the case and those guys hang through that day, that probably bodes well for the people who want to see those guys return here. So we will learn something, even if nothing actually happens on Monday. So definitely join us.
Wait, isn't that July 6th? That's Monday that's happening?
Oh, Monday is the talking period. Is that right, Bobby? Is that where they begin?
No, it's going to start June 30th, 6 o'clock.
Oh.
Deals will start happening.
I see.
But things are made official. Things, for some reason, the new league year kicks in July 6th, and that's when stuff can be official. But you can start to make your deals and sign your, come to your agreements, I think, on Monday.
It's like the tampering period, yeah.
Yeah, like the legal tampering. So we'll come back and we'll talk about that as well. Quick shout out again to our sponsor over at Prize Picks. #1 fantasy sports app, daily fantasy sports app in North America. Pick more, pick less, up to 1,000 times your cash. Download that app. Promo code CLNS. New users play 5, get 50 instantly in your account when you play Prize Picks. Prize Picks run your game, and of course, LinkedIn. Go get a job if you need one, or go post your job if you run a small business. Great place to find qualified employees over at LinkedIn. We all use it. We use it here at CLNS. You post your job for free when you go to linkedin.com/garden. Terms and conditions to apply. Of course, as always, please like and subscribe to all of our YouTube channels. Stay tuned for all of Bobby Manning and Noa Dalzell's video work and written work. Noa will be over at Celtics blog, SB Nation, and Bobby, of course, at CLNS Media. Subscribe to Noa's You Got Boston podcast. I'm sure she'll be bringing some heat in regards to the draft and everything that's been going on with the Celtics. And Bobby, as always, lines up tons of great guests to help put a lot of the things in perspective.
We did a good Hugo episode earlier today. That's definitely worth watching.
Go find someone who'd heard of Shulga prior to today and do an entire show with them. I think that would be
get
cool.
Kata on the show.
We got to get Kata. He's got to be the next Celtic who comes on, right?
I love that.
Yeah. And thanks once again to everyone. I mean, we've been here for 4 hours. Some of you have been here for 4 hours, which is frigging insane. So thank you guys for hanging with us as long as you did. It is fun to be hanging with our guys. You guys are all part of the fam and part of the experience. So we do appreciate it. We will see you all next time. Good night.
No one's sneaking a vegan brownie by me. I'll tell you that.
Okay, you know what, Don? We're gonna do it.
You have to feel that way too, Bobby.
I have to feel that way. Let's fight Al over and make Luke your first center.
Bobby, we gave you Luke an hour early. We are not going to end this on a damn conversation about Luke